Okay, we'll call the special meeting of council to order at 9 a.m. on January 19th. And I will hand it over to Chris and Leanna.
Thanks, Mayor Snodgrass. Good morning, everyone. So here we are, our second meeting of our budget meeting. We've sent out the updated budget packages both by email and printed off for everybody, so we can go through those sections. We have, I'm going to share my screen. Jody, can I have that permission?
Yep, 1 second, Chris. You should be able to share your screen now.
Everybody can see that? I'd have to hit share, sorry.
We can see it now.
Okay. So we'll, today's agenda, what we're going to kind of go through, we've got the community group funding presentations teed up to start at the very beginning. We have stars in the hopper to begin with. Then we'll complete the operating budget review, the sections that we missed last week that were not included in your package. We've identified and on the pages of the new budget package. We'll go through those quickly. And then we'll dive into the capital plan, what's proposed for this year. And then detail what's proposed capital projects and carryovers, and then into the new initiatives. I do have our manager of community support services slated for 11 o'clock this morning to present on the counseling services. So we'll hopefully be at that point at that time. Reserve balances, and then we'll have a conversation about level of service if we have time. And then we'll open up for questions, comments, and concerns. We had published last week for any members of the public that wanted to provide some questions to us to submit those to our manager of legislative services. Jody, have we received any today?
There were none earlier. Let me just double check. Okay. Nope. Oh, nope. Sorry, a separate request. Okay. Nothing.
If there are that come through through email through this meeting, we'll certainly bring those forward to council and we'll attempt to adjust them there. So, Leanna, I'll turn it over to you for the community groups.
Okay, so our first community group that we are going to have present is Glenda from STARS. So Jody, if she's in the hopper, can you please admit her?
Yep, she is just coming in now.
Thank you.
You want me to unshare my screen?
Yes, please, because she may want to share her screen.
I just got to figure out how to do that.
Good morning. Glenda is here now. And Glenda, if you do have anything you wish to share, I've given you the ability to share your screen if needed.
Awesome. Good morning. Thank you very much for this opportunity. It's my pleasure to bring you a new STARS update, as well as to formally meet Chris. It's my pleasure since we haven't had that opportunity, but I'll look forward to an in-person opportunity with you as well as your new council members. So maybe just a quick little bit of background is I've had the pleasure of working with your previous councils for almost a decade now on behalf of STARS. I am the Senior Municipal Relations Liaison for STARS, so I work with municipal councils across the entire province of Alberta and into northeastern BC. Should I go ahead and continue? Would you like to have introductions or?
Do council want to go around the round table to introduce themselves to Glenda?
No, thank you. I think we'll just continue on, please.
Okay. Thank you very much. Okay, let's see if we can. Are you able to see that? Critical care anywhere?
Yes, we can, Glenda. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. So we'll get started. Our purpose that STARS can provide critical care anywhere. The COVID-19 pandemic is still looming around us, and so STARS remains under strict protocol to protect our operations. STARS transport physicians continue to provide critical care guidance. We assist local healthcare professionals with airway management, ventilation, and resuscitation procedures. And we continue to see an increase in stress-related types of missions like heart attack, stroke, drug overdose, and approximately 1 in 5 missions are COVID-related. Pandemic has impacted our revenue in all funding areas. The long-awaited HEMS review was released by the government of Alberta and posed several recommendations that would include new air ambulance legislation in Alberta, STARS to be recommended as the dedicated HEMS provider for Alberta, and increased provincial funding for STARS. But unfortunately, at this time, these remain only recommendations. The government has indicated they will continue with consultations before making any final decisions. So in the meantime, Alberta Health Services has extended a 20% government funding for STARS in 2022. During these most challenging times, demands for STARS is increasing. In addition to assisting with the pandemic, we must continue to fundraise 80% of crucial operating funds. The pandemic has forced us to think outside the box and be proactive. We identified operational and fundraising efficiencies, and sadly, we had to downsize staff members across all 6 bases in affected areas. The STARS lottery is our single largest funding source. Because of this, in 2021, we went ahead with the lottery despite the pandemic. And we're indebted to every Albertan as they stood by our side and that lottery sold out. And now 2022 lottery is underway. The calendar campaign has been significantly decreased with the inability to be able to travel to rural communities, and urban municipal partners offered to help. Calendar sales were available at many municipal offices across the province. Unforeseeable future for our mainstay events, and STARS cannot exist without community support. So we're grateful to many rural communities who continue to host online raffles and 50/50s in place of their community fundraisers that cannot be held. We also developed a new safe online multi-provincial radiothon that would support life-saving missions across all our bases. Behind the scenes, the STARS Emergency Link Center is an immediate 24/7 safety network with access to every available resource, including GIS mapping and preset coordinates to help locate a patient. The Emergency Link Center receives over 31,000 emergency requests every year. And there's approximately a 1-to-10 ratio for every STARS mission flown. So in other words, if a rural community like Town of High River has, let's say, 8 missions per year flown, it's likely that STARS has also assisted your community and local hospital with approximately 80 emergency other calls. STARS transport physicians provide medical oversight and virtual consultation with local doctors, regardless of how a patient may be transported, by ground ambulance, Alberta Health Services fixed wing, rotary wing, or STARS helicopters. The Emergency Link Center is the link to STARS being able to provide critical care anywhere. And now a new pilot project is launched with transport physicians now taking a shift in the Emergency Link Center, and it is proving to be extremely effective. STARS crews will administer the critical care while en route to the hospital, and the transport physicians are able to save precious time on the back end by coordinating complex logistical arrangements with the receiving hospitals. For example, scheduling neurosurgeons, cardiac cath lab, and CAT scanners. In time-dependent cases such as a brain bleed, physicians being able to make face-to-face decisions virtually using real-time diagnostics. This results in immediate direct delivery of a critical patient to the operating room. This is a game changer. We continue to see mission rate increasing across the entire province. Let's have a 5-year mission overview for the town of High River, which will include Foothills County as well. I included the critical interfacility transfers from local hospitals to offer you a sense of what's happening in your area, as many times ground ambulance will deliver a patient to local hospital, and then STARS is called upon to deliver that patient to tertiary care. The town of High River sees approximately on an overall annual average of 13 missions per year, while Foothills County and area would see an average of 29 missions per year in total. And this overall would represent over $300,000 in service value annually to your residents in the area. These statistics are evident to the value of our partnership. Everyone travels, commutes for work, travels across the provinces. It's important to remember that emergencies do not always happen close to home, and your residents have access to STARS across Western Canada. The Municipal Initiative Partnership is vital to the sustainability of STARS operations. The green areas represent a municipal supporter, including Northeastern BC. Alberta municipalities recognize STARS as an essential service and also as a vital asset of the emergency protective services that they provide for their residents. Approximately 90% of Alberta rural and urban municipalities have united in regional partnerships, such as the town of High River and Foothills County, as well as your regional neighbors. Commitments are pledged on a per capita basis or an annual fixed rate, which can range up to $90 per capita. We thank you for your continued commitment that helps to generate over $2 million annually in sustainable funding for STARS operations. And the 7 municipalities that you see outlined in the red boxes represent that they have reached over $1 million in cumulative support over the years and have received logo recognition on the helicopters. It was a massive undertaking of a $138 million fleet campaign that seemed almost impossible at the time, and not knowing that we would also be amid a global pandemic. Federal, provincial, and municipal governments embraced a fleet of H145s to serve Western Canada for decades to come. It's awe-inspiring the support we continue to receive for the fleet campaign from corporate, dedicated individuals and municipalities. It's indescribable. Approximately $1.8 million has come from municipalities who have all offered a one-time fleet gift as well, in addition to their ongoing annual operational support. With anticipated proceeds that will be yet to come from the sale of our previous aging fleet, this means that there's approximately $4 million remaining in the campaign, so our campaign continues. The new Airbus H145 is breakthrough technology. It outperforms the BK-117 in speed, range, and fuel efficiency. It has advanced avionics, which will reduce pilot fatigue, especially in back-to-back missions. The unique Fenestron tail will deliver increased maneuverability and decreased noise and vibration. The new 5-bladed system will have increased lift and load capacities, especially beneficial in complex terrain such as your area. The H145 has significant safety features, will help reduce cost as well. And your area is currently being served by the H145. We're excited for the final 2 H145s to arrive in the coming weeks. We expect pilot training to be fully completed by spring because it was delayed due to COVID. And we anticipate to be fully H145 across all 6 in Western Canada by mid-2022. On the right-hand side, this is a state-of-the-art airborne intensive care unit environment with the latest in medical technology. When you combine this with the world-class expertise of our STARS crew and transport physicians working behind the scenes in the Emergency Link Center. This results in STARS providing the highest level of critical care available today. STARS was born out of necessity and serving Albertans since 1985 with more than 45,000 missions flown and at no cost to our patients. A life is saved every day, and partnerships are what make this possible. We thank you, Town of High River, as we approach a decade of life-saving partnership together. We thank you for your previous pledges of support, and we kindly request your continued support at $15,400 for 2022. With the increasing demand for STARS, your partnership is vital to STARS' existence. Your leadership will ensure a robust health and safety network for all Albertans, and you are STARS' reason for being. And I thank you very much for your continued support.
Thank you, Glenda. Do we have any questions from council? See none, I hear none. Thank you very much. Appreciate it.
Thank you very much. We appreciate your partnership.
No problem at all. Take care.
Have a good day. Thank
You
you.
too.
Take care.
Thank you.
Who's
So our next community group that I'd like to call forward to present to you is our High River Library.
The library is just joining the meeting. I will once again provide the ability to share their screen. And yes, Mary is now here. Mary, if you missed it, you do have the ability to share your screen if you do need to do that.
Okay, I didn't plan anything for screen sharing, but I figured on Zoom it would just feel cumbersome. But I thought that I wanted to say thank you for inviting the library board to speak with you today. And I thought I'd start with a brief discussion of our budget, very brief discussion, and move on to some of the achievements of the past year, and then focus on a couple special programs for the new year. So in looking at our budget, you'll see that as usual, we have a lot of fixed costs: insurance, accounting, wages, regional library fees, utilities, janitorial. We've also lost income over the past year in areas like room rentals. And conversely, community members have been really generous with the library and have made donations towards collections, programs, and services. And last year was an unusual and exceptional year for grant funding. We had some grants that were completed in 2020, but actually paid out in 2021. And also some grants, well, additional grants in 2021. So while we did schedule a small deficit in our 2022 budget, we do have a surplus left over from the end of the 2021 fiscal year that will cover that gap in operating funds. And so I guess a move towards some of the things that we've done over the past year and some of the things that we do with the funds that you do grant us. It seems like a long time ago now, but the library was closed for much of the first half of the year. We had a closure from January through to March, and I think we were open for 3 weeks before we were mandated to close again. And then we didn't open until early July. During those mandated closures, the library continued to offer services to residents. We had curbside pickup, online and kit-based programs, one-on-one online tutoring sessions, and e-resource learning. And that's pretty resource intensive, but it was also greatly valued by our patrons. One of the comments on our strategic plan that in one of our strategic planning surveys that somebody made was COVID-19 has made me appreciate the library more and has also forced me to learn to be a lot more proficient with online resources and books. And it has truly made me appreciate being a library member. We also did once we reopened, we started doing outreach activities at a local seniors home. It was the first full summer for the library's book bike, which operates as a mini branch in areas of the community that aren't necessarily close or accessible to the library, particularly in summer when children may not have transport options to the actual library building. We assisted families with internet access, or seniors seniors or homeschooling families who might not have had internet access by adding Chromebooks to our Gadgets to Go collection. We also added 4 Wi-Fi smart hubs through a partnership with TELUS, and those are available from the library. Through funding from the Gathering Places project and the town of High River, community capacity building initiatives, we made improvements to the outdoor patio that included lounges, patio umbrellas, outdoor storage, a collection of lawn games, and also adding power to that outdoor patio. So that increases the possibility of using I'll regroup. It allows us to do more outdoor programming and also things like perhaps musical events where people might require, say, plug-in amps or those kinds of things. And to encourage parents and families to spend time outdoors together reading, we had story walks posted throughout the community. A lot of those were sponsored through Marigold, which is the regional library system that we belong to. But also there was a partnership in the fall with Dream Developments in Montrose to put up a story walk in that community, and that's going to resume again in the spring in April or May. What else? The town of High River day camps throughout the summer had a partnership with the library where their day camps visited the library once a week, and we visited once a week with the book bike. And they also received short-term library cards for the 2 months of the summer that they were for the 2 months of the summer that they were participating in programs, and they were able to fully use library services during that time. About 6,900 people participated in library programs this year. So that includes online programs, kit-based programs, as well as in-person programs and outreach programs. And that is higher than last year, which was higher than the year before. So I think one of the lessons that we've learned throughout the pandemic is that asynchronous programming that people can do on their own time is valuable to them, as well as having an in-person gathering place. In response to the opioid crisis, we did give staff naloxone training this year for nasal naloxone, just in case there's an incident at the library. I don't anticipate it, and I hope it doesn't happen, but it's certainly available. We also licensed an app called Beanstack for reading tracking and reading challenges. And we're putting an extra focus on that in the coming year with our 1,000 Books Before Kindergarten program. We also completed our strategic plan for the year, which had 3 sort of main points. One of them was relationship building. So we want to meet your community connection needs and form new partnerships for the benefit of the community. Developing access and awareness. We want you to be aware of library services of benefit to you and for you to have affordable access to the resources you need to thrive. And it also includes community learning and discovery. We want you to be able to find spaces that work for you in the library building. And we also want to ensure that adults, children, and families experience programs that encourage reading and advance early and lifelong learning. So one of the things that I firmly believe about libraries is they're not just a study space. They're not just a reading space. They're a space for connection and creativity and community and joy. And they're a community learning space for everyone, not just children. Because one of the things that I find well, as an adult, there are more free learning opportunities than ever before, but the library is a unique free learning opportunity in that it can be hands-on, it can be in person, and you do meet other people who you can actually meet again, whereas with online opportunities, that is exceedingly rare, and you don't experience that sort of connection. So a couple of things that we're going to focus on over the coming year are programs to support early learning and literacy. There was research last year out of the University of Alberta that indicated that young children were up to a year behind in reading ability in Alberta. And I think that's definitely a place where the library can step up to help out community and to help out families. And so there's a program called 1,000 Books Before Kindergarten. And that's a self-directed program for parents to help them read to their children on a daily basis. And within 3 years, if you read about a book a day, you will hit 1,000 books. So it sounds daunting, but it's actually not really. And you can do that on a paper log, or you can do that in the Beanstack app, and then bring in your child for a small reward at various milestone points, which would be 250 books, 500 books, etc. We've started promoting it more. The former minister of, I think, Heather Klimchuk, anyway, retweeted it with a comment on how much she loves the program and loves libraries, and that was really encouraging. Another literacy program that we're working on is for school-age kids, and that's called Reading Friends, and that's where an older child can work with a younger child on their reading. So there's that mentorship relationship. It's going to be supervised by a library trustee who is also an elementary school teacher, so there's a chance for those older kids to learn some information about pedagogy, and I think everybody will benefit in some way. So, and also, just improve reading skills and improve general comprehension at school. We've also discussed the possibility of better use of the patio, so having an outdoor, perhaps lunchtime series with entertainment and food trucks at least once a week on the patio. And we've also had a discussion at the library board level about making sure that families are able to access library services affordably. And so we'll look at that going forward and see what we might be able to do in 2022. We're also moving forward with an outdoor sign because it's important that people actually know what is available to them. It's hard to take advantage of a service that you know nothing about. And we're also sending out a newsletter semi-annually to patrons to that end, to inform them more about the services that are available to them through the library. If you have any questions, I'd certainly be happy to answer them. And thank you so much. And also, if there's any opportunity for the library to support municipal programs or municipal goals, again, feel free to get in touch. We'd be happy to have that talk.
Thanks, Mary. Is there any questions from councillors? Let's see where I got. Not seeing any hands come up. Just a quick question. You're asking for an $11,400 increase from what you received last year.
Are we?
Well, I've got $377,800 from last year. Am I wrong?
I think that was forwarded to me as the anticipated amount.
So Mayor Snodgrass.
Thank you.
Every community group saw a 2% COLA increase and a 1% population increase. And this is how we started our requests with them, as basically anything over that, this is where we would come back and come back to council and talk about this. And this is why we're looking at going at a fee for service option going forward, so that they would have a better understanding of what would be available for them on a longer term.
So have we abandoned the per capita?
We are working on getting away from this. As of right now, we are per capita and based on per capita and population. So I attached under each community group the calculation in there.
Yeah. Okay.
So, but for every community group, they saw a 2% COLA increase and a 1% population increase.
Okay, thanks, Leanna.
You're welcome.
Anybody have any other questions?
I'm not seeing any other questions pop up, so.
Okay, well, thank you very much for the opportunity to speak with you. And again, if anybody has any questions at a later point in time or anything that they'd like to discuss, let me know.
Will do. Thanks very much, Mary.
Thank you.
Take care. Who's next, Leanna?
I'm assuming I'll just the meeting now, right?
Yes, you can. Thank you, Mary. So Jody, who we have Irene with the museum in the waiting room.
Yeah, Irene is just coming in. She should be here in a moment.
Thank you. So Irene will actually speak on behalf of the museum as well as the Visitor Information Center.
Can you hear me now?
Yes, good morning, Irene. If you
Morning.
do
How are
need to
you?
share your screen, I've given you that ability.
All right. Well, thank you.
You could share it on there. So go back to Zoom.
Sorry, I'm just having a little technical difficulty here.
Go back to your Zoom. Yeah.
Okay, share screen. Here we go. Okay. All right. Can everybody see my screen? Yeah?
Yes, we can. Thanks,
Okay. Sorry.
Irene.
All right. So I'm Irene Kerr, as most of you probably already know, and this is actually my 15th budget presentation. So it's been quite a ride over the years. We've done it in a lot of different places and formats. And so unfortunately, our board chair, Alicia, she wanted to join us today, but she had a prior commitment. So it's just me today. So if there are any questions, I'll try and answer them. But if I can't, I'll certainly get answers for you. So I know you have a lot on your agenda today, and as you all know, I could probably talk all day long, but I won't do that. So I'll try and keep it as quick as I can. It's been quite a year. 2021 was a crazy year for everybody and for us, full of uncertainty and just all kinds of crazy things. It was our 60th anniversary, and although we didn't get to celebrate some of the events that we had planned, and COVID really put a crush on a lot of things, we still got really great media coverage for High River and for the museum. We had like CBC Homestretch, CTV, the Calgary Herald, who just actually dropped off this really nice plaque mount of this article by Eric Ballmer. So that was a high point. Our committee worked really hard on our drive-in event, but we unfortunately had to cancel that as well. So another high point of 2021 is we once again got our recognized museum status from the Alberta Museums Association. It's a really difficult process, very high standards we had to meet, but I'm really proud to say that we got that designation and we don't have to worry about it again until 2026. So that's great. So yeah, as I mentioned, it was a pretty crazy year. I'm just going to show you a few statistics here. Just hang on. So this is what happened last year. It was also, as we mentioned, uncertain. We weren't allowed to open again, even though we had really excellent COVID practices last year. We had to do what the province said, and we didn't open again until June 19th. And then the museum did stay open until December 24th. And we actually, we continued with those practices. We had mandatory masks. because we're such a small museum, we also have a lot more control over who comes into the museum. So we would only allow one group at a time, one family group. And I'll talk a little bit more about that under the BIC, but we did move some things outside. So yeah, so as you can see, attendance is starting to crawl back up again, even since 2020. And it's amazing. These numbers and places are from our guest book. And these are the places that everyone still managed to come to our museum from, and High River. And a lot of those people are Heartland film fans, that sort of thing. But they all managed to get here somehow. We really did notice an increase once the US border opened. So that's when we started getting a lot more Americans. So it's pretty encouraging. I know the number is a lot lower than it was before the pandemic, but we are actually kind of proud that we managed to keep going and make all these people happy once they got here. So we're combining the BIC and with our museum presentation because we're really so intertwined that we can't even like separate one out from the other. But here's a little bit about our BIC and our website and social media. So in January, we got a grant from the Calgary Foundation and we launched our new website. We're still kind of settling into that, but it's been a lot of fun doing that. And we'd like to do a lot more content, but we're kind of a little short on time, but it's going to get better as time goes on. We also continued with our social media, which is pretty remarkable. About 4 years ago, we started posting images from our collection every day from our archives, because I feel that if, why have a collection if you can't share it? And it's just been a huge success. And we did a few analytics, and we realized that we had more than 110,000 interactions with our Facebook page in 2021. And it was great to offer something positive to people online. People love our page and they like to comment, and it makes them feel good. And we're really happy that we can do that, provide that service and show off our archival images. So our Instagram account is also starting to gain traction. So that's a good thing. We just actually started posting on Instagram. So the information center was busy all year long. Even when we were shut down, people were dreaming about coming to High River and the foothills and the mountains. And we started sending out packages, answering information inquiries. And we're really proud again of the service that we provide. We'd like to make every person comes to the museum feel at home and give them a really good experience in the foothills, Southern Alberta and High River. So as you can see, we had 461 people come to the museum for visitor information. And during the summer, we did have, whenever the weather was good, we had 2 visitor information. We got Canada Summer Job Grant, and we had 2 information, we call them counselors that actually help people outside the museum as well. So we set up the outposts out there so they could either come in or go out there. And yeah, so we had all those, that's the numbers for the BIC. So I'll quickly go on to programs and exhibits. Obviously, we had to kind of stop with our school programming and some of our other programming. We did move those online. So I did quite a few online programs for seniors groups over the summer, like the adult day support groups. And we did probably about 6 or 7 different programs that we offered online. And we did have some of our events. We went ahead with and not all of them were actually had people at them, like Cinco de Mayo and Day of the Dead. Liz Bigueras did online programming for that. And we did a really fun tour this summer with the Chinook Country Historical Society on Marking McLeod Trail. So we actually went out of the museum. We had more than 30 people along on this tour. So we did also at our Halloween event, again, practicing the same protocols, one group at a time. And then we had Santa at the museum, which was a huge success. We had, I think, we had over 130 kids come to see Santa. And once again, they came in one group at a time. They had to book ahead. So you can see there's a couple of pictures there, and they were mostly masked. They were allowed to take their masks off when they had their photos taken with Santa at a safe distance in front of him. So, and just quickly talking about exhibits, we were very busy with Truth and Reconciliation. So we had a moccasin exhibit, and the day of Truth and Reconciliation, we actually stayed open because a lot of people were interested in, our unfair trade exhibit, and we kind of focused on that. So that's a little bit. We had a Remembrance Day exhibit that one of our summer students put together. So about number 5 EFTS. So I'll quickly go on to collections and research. So we had one thing that we've noticed since the pandemic started is we've had a huge increase in research requests. It's just been quite remarkable. People, I think, are stuck at home, and they're getting more online, and so they're interested in doing ancestry research or just general questions, or they're feeling nostalgic for home and High River. And so it's been really busy. The numbers are up here for you to see. And we've also continued on. We've been very busy with our accessions. Again, the numbers are also there. One of the highlights, which you may have heard about, is we finally, after a long, as you can see on the post there, long process, we actually finally got this amazing collection from Montreal that this man, Thomas Connickstall, got at an estate sale more than 40 years ago. This man, Thomas Parker, lived in High River, came in 1906 till he passed away in the 50s, and he lived just west on River Road. And somehow the stuff ended up back in Montreal, but now it's back in High River where it belongs. So that's was a really extreme great highlight of the year. So you can see up in that picture, we actually we had the crates shipped out here, and we did a Zoom call with Thomas in Montreal. You can see him on the screen as we unpacked everything. So it was quite a fun day, and he's so thrilled that his collection has found a good home. So I think that's pretty well everything. I could talk again all day, but I just wanted to talk a little bit about what's coming up next year. None of us know what's going to happen next year, so it's been hard to plan. One of our major projects for this year is we're redoing our exhibits. Most of them were from 2014. We're going to keep, obviously, the film exhibit, which is incredibly popular, including the Heartland exhibit, featuring Superman and all the films. We find that film tourism is just increasing so much, so we want to serve our visitors, and we're revamping the film exhibit. We're also doing an exhibit called Mountain Majesty, which will be about the mountains on the eastern slopes, which may or may not be a little bit political. We'll see how that goes. So, and then also our main exhibit is called Going to Town, which I won't tell you too much about, but we're also redoing the CPR exhibit and the W.O. Mitchell exhibit. So that's one of our big plans. Hopefully we'll be able to stay open and have visitors at the museum. And hopefully we can get back to in-person programming, because we really miss our school kids. It's been really sad to not be able to do our school programs, especially around Christmas time. So that's all I have for now. I just wanted to mention that we're very grateful for the support of the town of High River, and the staff there have been great to us. And I know we've been going through a lot with the building, and we're very grateful that we're in this building. This year we actually painted the Imagination Station, and it looks amazing, the room in the back, and we had volunteers help us with that. And so, so if anyone has any questions, please call me, drop by anytime, or I'll just say thank you and let me know if you have any questions.
Thanks, Irene. Quick question with the reduced school programming and less people being able to visit the museum, what changes have you had in your staffing complement?
Our staffing, like in the museum?
Correct, yeah.
There hasn't really been any changes.
Okay.
Yeah, because we're so busy with other things, like, you know, and the online programming adds more work actually, with
Right.
doubling everything up. But yeah, we haven't really had too many staffing changes. In the summertime, we did have 2 Canada Summer Jobs grants and a Young Canada Works grant. So we had 3 summer staff, and now we have a couple of them have actually stayed on. And now we have a Young Canada Works in Heritage Internship Grant. So we have Megan, and she's here until the end of March. So it's been great having her. And one thing that from the federal government is that they actually paid larger percentages of the grants during COVID. So their contribution was more. So it's been great. So yeah, staffing has been, we're always super busy as there's always so much going on, but yeah, not really a whole lot of changes.
Okay, thank you. Any other questions from staff or council? I see none. We're good to go. Thanks, Irene.
Okay, thanks, take care.
And put your eastern slopes up there and make it political.
Yeah, I hope you come and do a speech for us.
I will. Speech or a rant? Which one do you want?
A rant is fine.
Political rant or a speech?
Both.
Thank you.
I already have Kevin Van Tighem lined up, so.
Oh, yeah, there's
Yeah.
your.
Yeah.
I cannot out rant Kevin.
Okay.
Perfect.
Take care.
Thank you, Irene. So our next group, I would like to bring in, who do you have coming in, Jody?
We have Tim Whitford is
morning, how are
joining on
you?
behalf of the Highwood Center.
Okay, perfect. Thank you.
Morning, Tim.
Good morning, Mr. Mayor. How are you?
Fantastic. The floor is yours.
Has everybody received copies of our documentation?
Yeah.
You have, okay. Well, I think where we're at is all we need is a level playing field. We've put together what we think is a realistic budget, but the regulatory scheme has been very changeable, and we can't assess what the impact is going to be through the year. We're hopeful that by the 1st of April, we'll be able to function at full capacity. We're currently limited to half. And with the restrictions on serving food and alcohol, very much hampered in what we can offer any potential clients. So high degree of uncertainty in where we're going. We believe we've got like I say, a realistic budget put together. We've got a very energetic team that we are interviewing to add to in the anticipation that by the 1st of April, we'll be in, at a decent level of business. We've got a lot of interest in wedding packages. We're trying to offer complete experiences, including hotels, transportation from Calgary if it's required, catering. We've got all those linkages in place, and we've improved all of our systems internally. So just waiting for a green light, really.
Aren't we all? Does that pretty much finish what you've got, Tim? Everything's pretty simple, hey?
It is. We would hope to tackle a couple of major maintenance items while we are restricted. We've had discussions with town staff on some of those. The big one, of course, is refinishing 10 or 11,000 square feet of maple floor.
Mm-hmm.
We have a quote from a Calgary contractor that's come out and had a good look at the job. Really like to get that re-quoted. It's several months old now, and get at it. It's about a 14-day window where we could not use the upper floor at all while they're working. So if there's any chance of getting consideration on moving some of that into that window, it would certainly help us out.
Right. What kind of money are you looking at?
The quote is for $62,000, including tax.
Okay. Well, the number one thing I'll say as a user of the facility is an excellent improvement as far as the job that Holly and Myrna are doing over there. It's fantastic to see that, Tim. And that's just with the building cleanliness and how it's taken care of. But also just how the systems work as far as booking it and getting invoiced and everything else is, Holly's really done a great improvement on that. So that's a great hire on your guys' end. There's no questions.
Thank you. I'll pass that on.
Any other questions from council? Like I said, this one's always pretty simple, massive building. Go ahead, Kelly.
Thank you, Mayor. I just wanted to ask, so the floor refinishing, is that over and above the other ask that's been presented? Is that what, I just want to be clear?
It would be.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, the 153.9 is an operational piece, and the 62 on the floor would be a big capital nugget.
I believe the Memorial Center is only 118.4.
Oh, I got the museum, 118.4, yeah. Tim got all excited there for a second.
Well, the major maintenance is a feature in our new license of occupation, where we may be a little bit out of step with town budgeting.
Right.
So it's really separate from the core funding request.
Exactly.
And the floor is one of a number of items that we're working with your committee, our liaison group.
Okay.
Those discussions have been very positive, and we think we're establishing a good working relationship, but we are a little bit out of step on a few of the major items, just based on where we've been.
Got it. No further questions from council? Thanks very much, Tim. Appreciate it.
Thank you.
So our next community group is High River Handy Bus, and Terry is here to present.
Morning, Terry.
Yes, good morning.
The floor is yours.
Okay, thank you very much. I'm just going to have to touch something here to here we go. Thank you. Okay, Mr. Mayor, thank you, and councillors, thank you for the opportunity to talk about one of my favorite topics, the High River Handy Bus. The High River Handy Bus provides a very essential and important service to those that are needing assistance getting around, not only into High River, around High River, but also into the city for specialty appointments. To say that our ridership was severely impacted by COVID is certainly an understatement. However, I'm very proud of the fact that all during the pandemic and up to date, the Handy Bus has continued to operate, and we provided service every day. Now, there were certainly some days that we weren't very busy, but we operate each and every day. Our ridership was slowly increasing until last fall when the fourth wave hit, and our current statistics are that we're sort of reached a plateau, and hopefully things will improve into the spring. The Handy Bus owns four vans. Three of them have side operated ramps, and one has a rear electric lift. We have one full-time employee, that's Theo, our general manager, and all of the drivers are part-time on call when they're needed. One of the key elements of our financing this past year has been the federal government COVID funding program, the federal government wage subsidies. Without that, we would be in very serious difficulty. Now, I think, Mr. Mayor, all of you and your councillors have the same information that I have in front of me here, and our monthly summary of income, if you have that available to you. Just in the previous operating year, our total income was $243,000. And our expenses were $173,000. Now that sounds pretty good. That it sounds like we made $69,000. However, out of that, there was over $91,000 of subsidies that came into the handy bus. So without the subsidies, actually the handy bus would have lost some $22,000. In-town trips, we were able to provide from March of 2021 until September of 2021, we provided in-town trips at no cost to the clients. And we were able to do that because the handy bus was able to tap into some additional funding and from an outside agency. And one of the criteria, they said, well, we'll give you the money if you will provide in-town trips at no cost. And so we readily agreed to that. As far as the future goes, we are hoping that the handy bus will continue to provide the services that we currently have. Tomorrow, the board of directors, comprised of nine people, are going to undertake a strategic planning session. And one of the things that we want to look at is how can we provide additional service into the county of Foothills more than what we're doing now. So I would like to, before I open the up to questions, take this opportunity to thank the town of High River for the continuing support that we have from the town. The per capita funding is ideal for us, Mr. Mayor and councillors. It's ideal because it allows us to budget for the following year. And I think in your package, you have a copy of our budget for next year. And our total income budget for next year is $186,000 that we've budgeted for income. And our expenses, the budget is slightly more than that. And once I've mentioned the federal government subsidies before, even though our income shows a very positive balance, if you take out the subsidies, we just about broke even last year. So with those comments, I would open to for questions that anyone has. And one last thing, Mr. Mayor, we still have a vacancy on our board of directors for a town council position. So if some of the councillors were interested in sitting on our board, that person would be more than welcome to join our board. So with that, Mr. Mayor, I will open up to any questions that anyone would have.
Thanks, Terry. Definitely we'll put that council position on our radar. Any other questions from council? Kelly?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'm just curious, Terry, you mentioned expanding your service reach as part of a strategic opportunity. Can you, I know I appreciate it's probably fairly preliminary, but what sort of initial framework does that look like for what you're hoping to provide, or what's the reach you're hoping to provide?
Well, Councillor Kelly, we are very aware that there are more people that live in the rural area outside of High River and Okotoks that could use the services of the handy bus. And one of the initiatives we're wanting to work with the county committee is to how can we access and make our services available to those people that could use our services. And how we're going to do that, well, that's part of our planning process, but the initial plan is to work with the county FCSS committee and try to enable them to help us reach out into the county.
Okay, thank you.
No further questions. Thanks very much, Terry. Appreciate
Okay,
it.
thank you, Mayor. Thank you, councilors. Have a good day.
Too.
I am just admitting Ted Dawson and Hank Leifrink to speak to the High River Parade and Light Society. Ted and Hank, do you guys need to share a screen, or are you speaking to council directly?
No, we're not going to share a screen. We'll just speak to them directly. Thank
Perfect.
you.
Thank you.
Thanks, Joe.
Where's Hank? I can't see Hank, Ted. We need to see Hank.
Morning.
We need to see Hank. Where's Hank? There's Hank.
Right here.
Okay. I just didn't want to make sure you didn't have a stunt double coming in this morning or something.
Good morning.
Go ahead, gentlemen. Floor is yours.
Ed, you want to start off?
Oh, sure. I can always talk. I just like to, Mayor Snodgrass Council, we'd just like to thank all of you for your support over the years, and we're hoping it continues. We've had an interesting last couple of years with our COVID situation, and fortunately we've been able to do porch parades for both Little Britches and the Santa Claus Parade, and also expand the displays that we have in the park so that even though folks are stuck at home, they can still get out and enjoy both parades and also the lights in the park. And thanks to the tremendous support we get from the operations department, the skating rink the park is being well used. And so we're really thankful and excited for that. I guess the biggest thing would be, do you have any questions of us?
Not seeing anybody pop up, but you guys are doing a fantastic job trying to work through this mess of COVID, trying to, with the inability to have parades safely and et cetera. And I commend your, the hard decisions both of you have had to make on those, and hasn't been easy on you. I know that. And the porch parades, just an awesome way to do something, right? And it's a big deal for these, for the parents and especially the kids, right? Because they're used to going and seeing Santa Claus in the parade and stuff. And I know how cold it was the night you came around our end of town. I went home and told Warren you were coming down the street. Well, they almost tore the door down at minus 3,000 out, and had to make sure you had some clothes on beforehand. But that's the kind of thing that you guys are making happen. It's still that, giving that little bit of excitement to these kids and stuff going through this, and it's a massive deal to them. And then you get into the park lights. Well, that whole thing is becoming a massive attraction in this town. I don't know if you guys have vehicle counts as to what goes through there, but other than the regular half a dozen High River teenagers that took my place and Martin's place hanging out in the park there. You got some regulars in there.
As far as the traffic volume, We were able to get an, oh golly, in a seniors moment, I can't remember her name, Kaylee, I think from the town, was able to put the traffic counter in the park before we put the light, before we turned the displays on, and then for a little while after the displays were up. I don't have the exact numbers, but from what she said, basically the traffic through the park tripled or quadrupled between when the lights were off and when the lights went on. And just from talking to some folks that we know that live around the park, they say the traffic is pretty much constant, and that when the weather was so cold over Christmas, New Year's, there wasn't a tremendous amount of use of the skating rink, but that when the weather's a little bit milder, doesn't matter what time of day or evening, there's always somebody on the skating rink. So we know it's getting a lot of use. One of the things that we're working on, and this is where we get into our horse trading, but we're working on a video featuring the lights in the park, maximum 4 minutes, and the idea being that it's something we can send to, say, the Calgary media, so that hopefully we can get a spot on their morning or noon hour talk shows and just promote the fact that they can come out to High River, take in the lights, take in the shopping, take in the skating rink, all that sort of thing. And then fingers crossed, next year we can have a Little Britches parade and a Santa Claus parade.
Great idea.
Just as a sidebar, Mayor Snodgrass, it took about 1,400 man hours to put the lights up. So if we just said at $16 an hour, that's a $23,000 investment, just straight for putting them up. So.
No, and it's huge. All the volunteers and Rotary and Fortis and everybody that lends a hand to the whole thing is.
It's tremendous. The volunteer support we get, as Hank mentioned, just the number of hours that are put in, but also, like you mentioned, Fortis Alberta coming down to help us do the tall trees. High River Rentals loans us the use of one of their 40-foot articulated lifts, and that's over 2 days, and essentially we get.
Oh, well, I'll just continue on then. It's also, he'd like to say thank you to a few of like Darlene from the town and a few other people that have come out and helped us put up, whether it's the balloon, the new balloon, or the igloo or whatever. Without all the people, the volunteers, we couldn't do it. And it was really, some of the initiatives this year was putting in the TP and the igloo, and then next year we'll complete the pathways with the archways. So it's incredible to go out there on a day and see everybody working so hard to put up the displays. It's incredible, and we will be leaving the lights on till the end of the month. We have scheduled a takedown on the 29th. So the lights will stay on as our way of bringing a little joy and happiness to the town for an extra 2 weeks. So with your permission, that's what we'd like to do. All right.
You bet.
Are there any other questions? I don't know where Ted went, but.
He's back.
I'm back.
Okay, sorry, Ted.
Just like a bad weed.
Yeah.
Oh, you're a blossoming flower, Ted. Don't you worry.
Yeah.
So am I the thorn or what?
Councillor Kinghorn.
Thank you, Mayor. A serious question. FCHS, what is that?
Oh, that's the Foothills Composite High School.
Yeah.
To get the displays, we do a variety of things. One of them was we approached the Foothills Composite High School fabrications class, like the welding class, to see if they could make some of the two-dimensional displays for us. And so essentially, we make a donation to the composite for materials, and then we will either provide a design or the kids in the class will come up with a design, and then they'll have to fabricate the steel, weld it, everything else. And then when we get it back, we just spray paint it white and then attach rope lights or whatever. And so, for example, the hot air balloon we put up this year, it was 2 years in the making because of the COVID and classroom cancellations and one thing and another. But what we did then was wrap the display itself in rope light. And then for the internal part where it looked like the flame was igniting to inflate the balloon, we just used string lights and attached them in different colors and then put on a sequential timer so that if you watch it, it goes yellow, orange, or yellow, red, black, and then it just keeps going. So it looks like the flames are inflating the balloon. And so displays like that, the class will make up for us. And it works out that we can get a display basically for the cost of the steel as well as the cost of rope lights, as opposed and buying a commercial display. The biggest difference is if you were in the park and noticed the truck and trailer with Rudolph and Santa, where the wheels are turning and things like that. That's the advantage of the commercial display. But then our truck and trailer was about $3,000 by the time we got it here, where our hot air balloon cost us maybe $500 for steel and lights and everything else. So that's, we try as much as possible to access things that we can get from the composite, but we're kind of stuck a little bit in terms of they have to do classwork as well. And so we can't take up all of their time. So between the two sources, that's where we get the displays.
Okay, that's excellent explanation, Ted. I didn't put it together that it was a comp, and I'm aware that they were doing work for you, and I think that's great that we're getting those young folks involved over there at the school. Unfortunately, I can't get Mayor Snodgrass in my hot air balloon. Maybe we can put him in the one in the park. He might be a little more comfortable in that one. Not quite as high. Thanks, guys.
That one might be too high too. Have to go measure it, but. Any other questions? Nothing. Thanks very much, Ted. Thanks, Hank. Good to see you guys.
Thank you very much. And thank you for all your help and support. We really appreciate it.
Thank you.
Okay.
Thank you.
So our final two groups that are included in the community groups is we have the High River Regional Airport, and we have an agreement with them that we have a support to them on a declining basis over a number of years. So this year we are going from $3,000, where last year we were $4,000, and we have only 2 more years left of community grants back to the High River Regional Airport. And our final one is we have $40,000 within the CBAC amount that we are funding through tax dollars. Does anybody else have any questions on any of the community group funding, even the formula, or how we're potentially moving to a fee for service?
Okay, so question on the formula. This year we're looking at, you've put in a 2%.
Yes.
We went 0% last year, 2% this year, and then 1% going on. So why 2% this year?
Well, when we were starting to look at COLA and we were seeing that it was 4%, and then our original calculations is we were anticipating only putting in a 2% for potential for staff. So we stayed with the 2%. And then as COLA was rising, we have now presented council with a 2.5%. So if you would like to increase the COLA amount for the community groups, we can do that and we can increase their funding to match what you are giving staff. But this is completely a decision of yours.
I'm just questioning why we aren't at 1. That's my question.
Just with rising costs and the cost of living. But they also did get 1% for population increase because we were using the population from 2020 when we did our municipal census.
Councillor Kinghorn?
Thank you, Mayor Snodgrass. I wasn't on council when we created this per capita policy that we were going to do it on that basis. So I was unaware that there was any sort of escalation in that policy based on COLA increases. I understand that it works with population numbers. As population numbers go up, the grant numbers go up. This is new to me that there's a COLA involved in community granting, and I'm not really comfortable with it. Thank you.
That's exactly where I'm at. This is the first time I've heard of COLA being implemented in our community groups funding. When we did the per capita, it was, I'm trying to go back to a whole bunch of stuff as to when we implemented that, but it was, the reason why we went to the per capita, just so all council knows, is because we were, every year these community groups would come to us with this roller coaster of a thing, and they didn't know how much money they were getting. They didn't know what to budget for. And they'd come with this grandiose ask that we couldn't fund. So then we'd have to knock it back into what we thought they could operate with. And it was very cumbersome. It was very uncomfortable in those meetings with these groups, you know, sitting there begging for their dollars. There was a few meetings that it was some of the most uncomfortable meetings. Jamie, you're nodding your head because you sat in those things before my first term, and it was not cool. And to the one point, we had a young lady that was a young girl that was doing part of the presentation. She broke down in tears just because of how uncomfortable it was sitting there in front of us. It's intimidating and it was gross. So that's what, those were the reasons why we went to the per capita thing, because then we could say, here's your number. This is what you can base next year's budget on. They had a good idea as to exactly the numbers they were going to expect the next year. It wasn't an unknown and they were going to have to beg for whatever they wanted, right? This way they knew what the number was going to be, and if there was any special circumstances in there with some project or something they needed additional funding, then they could come and do this. But you know, Chris, I'm going to ask you, like, well, when did this COLA thing, like, and comparing it to the town of High River, like, these are separate. How we handle our staff and our COLA is, we don't piggyback that up on these other groups. I don't get this COLA thing, especially like with a, you know, with a STARS or somebody. That's completely separate. They're responsible for their own COLA, not us.
Yeah, there shouldn't be any tie to what the staff get, but at the end of the day, we've had 2 years of zeros, if I recall correctly. I'm just trying to take
one year. 1 year
of zeros. And I have to go back through my notes previously on the 2019 budget on exactly how we did it. And I'm going to have to defer to the other directors and to Leanna about the formula on the per capita and moving that forward, because I've only experienced, this is the second time for me to experience this one. So I'd have to do some work on it and to answer that question, Mayor Snodgrass. But it should be tied to our staff increase. If it was, there would have been 2.5%. At the same time, too, we won't have population numbers until next year, what our population is. So unless we have some kind of standardized increase of our population increase, be it a 1% or a 2%, whatever our growth rate actually is, if we go by the province statistical numbers, they put us at a 2% growth rate route, which has as a population of 16,000 people, which we don't necessarily want to use. So those are the types of variables that we do face. So we're open for the conversation, and I'd have to go back through some of the history on this.
Okay, when we come back to our next meeting, I'm going to ask that we have a comparison between how the formula was, the per capita formula was adjusted previously compared to what you're asking for now. I need clarity on that.
Okay.
Councillor Kinghorn?
Thank you, Mayor, and I'll just add to it. It doesn't seem to be consistent, because if you look at High River Handy Bus, they were $1.59 per capita, and it's still $1.59 per capita for this year, 2022 budget ask. But the other ones seem to have been bumped up. So, and again, I would very discourage us referencing any increases to COLA in this program. This is a per capita item. Let's talk about it when we get into debating, but yeah, per capita. Thank you.
Councillor Nychuk?
Thanks, Mayor Snodgrass. I'll try and turn my video on, but I don't know how my TELUS feed is today. So in regards to this whole adding COLA thing, when these community groups come and present to us, if there's a need for more money, they need to ask for it. We just don't need to throw more money at programs just because we're making an assumption that there's costs have increased. Clearly, we all see it in our daily lives that costs are going up. That's kind of a given. But just to go ahead and throw a number to increase budgetary funding on what we might think their costs or increases, I'd rather have these community groups come and state the case. They present a budget, they present financials, they give us the information. If there is a genuine need for increased funding, then we debate that and we decide whether we can put that forward as a council and administration. So again, I guess I'm just reiterating what some other councillors have said already on this. I'm not in favor of this just giving increases for the sake of giving increases. And also the STARS portion it's not a 2% increase, it works out to more of a 3% increase. So that number, just a little minor detail, looks a little off to me.
Councillor Killick-Smith?
Thank you, Mayor. I was echoing what Michael was just saying about, the STARS came to us with a specific number. I don't know that they need, and I guess if they're looking at 3% over a 2%, then, that's more of a case by case assessment then, would it not be, for each of the individuals, as opposed to just a blanket number. So basically a reiteration, I guess.
Councillor Walsh?
Thank you, Mayor Snodgrass. My question is a little bit off what everyone else is talking about, kind of the same, but I don't see any opportunity for the Shepherd Family Park to present in this meeting. And I noted in the budget that there is no additional funds allocated to this park. Can you tell me a little bit more about that?
So when Shepherd Family Park came forward a number of years ago, they had requested a number of dollars that they needed, and council had made the decision that they were going to fund these capital projects over 3 years. Mm-hmm. So that what they received in 2021 was their final year of funding for those capital projects.
Okay.
So if they had a new request, they would have to come back through their town liaison and bring it forward that way.
Okay. How about the cost for their operating expenses, etc.? Where do I see that information to assure them that those things are, and what the numbers are for that?
So Chris, I don't know how Shepherd Family Park, what their license agreement is with us. Do you know? You're on mute.
Jamie Kinghorn probably does. He's got his hand up and wants to chime in.
He's on mute too.
Go ahead.
A number of years ago, if memory serves me properly, everybody knows I'm aging quickly, but I think it was around 2011, 2012, Shepherd Family Park made the decision not to apply for town operational funding. I think they felt that they were in a pretty good position over there on a revenue stream and that their volunteers were doing their thing. If they want to apply for operational funding like the museum and stuff, I would certainly encourage them, but they actually made the decision not to do it a number of years ago. They did come forward with some capital requests, but there's been nothing under operational. Maybe their revenue streams are such that they don't need it, or their volunteers are doing most of the work. I'm not sure what the reasoning is. You'd have to talk to them, but that's my recollection. But I will add addition to this. We didn't talk about Foothills Tourism Association, which is in the bottom. Is that going to come up for the debates later then?
This would be a time if council wishes to allocate some funding to them, that this would be the opportunity to talk about it. Just one comment on Shepherd Family Park. There is a really good agreement that we work with them and liaise with them. In the past, since I've been here, they have had some funding through this program, but it's being related to special projects that are above and beyond what's within the agreement. So if they still have that opportunity, if they have a special project, I think one of them was painting the barn. I think was one of the projects when I first started. So I think they've had some special projects that they came forward with, and then if there's no special projects, then they haven't asked for additional funding from that perspective. So
yeah, doors is another one.
I believe there was also a new door on the barn.
Yeah.
They have accounted for the renovations and improvements that they've done to the structures. And there is some concern about one of the structures that looks like it long-term, like not today, but they may be looking at. The question really came about last night with regards to when would they be invited to come and present to council, because they had not had that opportunity. So there is an interest there. I would, outside of this meeting, I would welcome the opportunity to have some conversation, understand their structure a little bit more. But at this particular time, I'd like to know how or when I might invite them to approach council.
So Councillor Walsh, they're free at any time to ask to be a petition delegation to come to a regular meeting of council and follow that framework. Okay. If it's not a special request at the budget table, and just to inform council on their structure, what they're doing, what their plans are, that would be the appropriate location.
All right, thank you.
So since, just for your info, Brenda, since 2014, they got 12 grand. 2015, 16, 17, and 18, all those years was 0. 2019 was 11,000, 2020 was 11,000, 2021 was 12,000. And that was the 3 years that Leanne is talking about and the big capital expenditures that we're going through. Councillor Killett-Smith.
Thank you, Mayor. I just wanted to talk a bit about the Foothills Tourism Association and their presentation to us and their request for funds. I think that in my experience for a tourism association, it would not be in the town's best interests to contribute in a fiduciary capacity to the organization beyond our own town membership. So their ask, I think this is when you were away, Mayor, was I believe it was a $9,000 ask to pay for the memberships for participating organizations within the town of High River. I think there were 48 identified businesses that they were asking. I think the ask was $200 per business. In my experience in tourism, it is the sole responsibility of the business to choose which memberships they want to belong to, and therefore conduct their business as they see fit. So I am not in favor of us providing that to the Foothills Tourism Association. I don't think that that's in our best interest, because it opens Pandora's box as to who would qualify as a tourism business to be able to be supported by this. So I think if the town of High River wants to be a member of the Foothills Tourism Association, which I do believe is in our best interest, then that is for us to pay a membership due, no different than any other association or that would behoove us to belong to. But as far as contributing on behalf of other businesses within the town of High River, I am not in support of this at all.
Well said. Thanks, Kelly.
Thanks.
Jenny?
When we were looking at the Highway Memorial Center and he was talking about flooring, if that's something he knew that is needed, should that not have been presented in their budget and their ask to us?
Yeah, from what I know about it, Jenny, they're still trying to figure it out and getting quotes and stuff to come up with what the actual number is. And you know, any of these groups, if they run into big capital items like that, you can come to council at any point in time and ask for, it's a budget amendment that we would have to do, but they don't have to do it today, right? And I know that they were pretty blown away with the original quote on that floor. So I know they're trying to get it requoted and get things sorted out. So,
and their budget does show a $30,000 surplus too. So that's kind of
right,
something to think about.
Yeah, and that floor as well, it's kind of governed through our lease agreement or our agreement with Highwood Center, and our liaison committee that works with them closely, and our maintenance side, and Jody's part of that liaison committee too. And so they'll bring something forward if they need to do something that we'll bring forward as a capital amendment at a later date.
my guess on the surplus is it's reduction in staff. That's why I'm trying to ask all these different agencies, you know, where's your staffing at? Because those can make, you know, if you had to lay off some staff because of COVID, well, that makes pretty good savings on your budget, right? So, Councillor Kinghorn.
Yeah, just talking about the Memorial Center a little bit. That is our building. We own that building. And so we have a bit of a responsibility to ensure that the building's maintained and kept up to standard and it doesn't fall apart on us. I'm not sure where that fits with the lease agreement with the operators, but that's a capital expense on that building in my mind, I think. But if that floor is falling apart, I think we need to fix it. It's our building and we don't want that thing falling apart to a point where it becomes unusable. Thank you.
The other thing with that Memorial Center is there needs to be a significant amount of money put into the audio video system in that building to get it. It's when watch somebody's head explode, use me, put me in there. It's pretty bad when the guys renting the building have to bring all their own equipment.
Yeah, I know we use our DJ's equipment whenever we have a connect function there.
Yeah, no, it was the way it was put together back in the renovation of 08, and a bit of a struggle, and technology's upgraded and everything else too, right? We've got to get to HDMI connections and everything else rather than VGA. So blah blah blah. I could get all nerdy on it, but
well, and Craig, if I can add just a couple things, just what was interesting, I've just been starting to dive into all the different challenges that they have had and they're having going forward. And man, there's a lot of little things that are eating up a lot of dollars. And just as example, the EV equipment, I guess they had Chris and the liaison committee probably know about this already, but they were looking at some wiring and whatnot in the big auditorium, and there's wires that were completely disconnected and cut at some point, and they were trying to figure out, well, why weren't they working? Well, when they went up into the rafters, I think this one particular one was, well, the wires were disconnected. And I'm like, how is this happening, right? Like, so I can certainly appreciate what the town and Chris's team are doing to try and alleviate some of the ongoing issues that we have. And I mean, as an example, and I don't know if everybody knows this, but we can't get Shaw internet in the facility. And I think that's just as a result of the previous management and stuff that was there that maybe didn't take on
You
their
can't
job.
get Shaw in there because of Shaw.
Is it? Okay.
That's not a management issue. No, that's the expense that it costs to go across the back alley.
Yeah.
With Shaw. That's another massive, I can't remember what it was. It was tens of thousands of dollars to.
Yeah, it's ridiculous.
Get Shaw. Yeah, it's crazy.
Question for council. Would council like to add, taking a look at the audiovisual equipment for 2023 budget? And have some kind of a sit down with the liaison committee and the Highwood Center and scope out what that would look like and start building a cost estimate for 2023?
Yeah.
Okay, we'll add that as an action item then. It is, my experience with building community halls like this, in Invermere, I built a state-of-the-art facility, and when you get good audio visual equipment in there, it opens up so many more options. And if it's well designed, and that facility with the stage in it and the opportunities that present it has so much unique opportunity to do so many different things that we haven't even really envisioned. Film festivals, speaker series, list can go on and on and on of what it can do if it's got the right equipment in it. And that getting the right equipment is going to be key, and making sure the acoustics and the lighting works really, really well. I think one of the questions I asked last time we were over there for council's inaugural meeting was, I didn't realize that there was some equipment bought by one group that nobody can touch, and then there's equipment that's owned by the Highwood Center. And so that, if it's a community facility, we amalgamate all that, we buy all that, we own all that, we invest in all that. And then there's none of these arguments moving forward, who can use what soundboard can you use, what one cannot use, kind of thing. So we'll add that as an action item, and we'll go forward from there.
Yeah, one of the biggest issues is the decision that was made in 2008 as to where to locate the actual audio system in a room that is hidden, locked away. You can't do audio from a different room. But it was, I'm going to just shut up right there. It was a decision that was made back then, and it's going to be an extremely expensive one to rewind. But I think it needs to be done if we're ever going to do that place properly. It's honestly embarrassing.
Yeah, so we'll work with them, and we'll come up with a plan and the scope of the work, and we'll bring that back for consideration for 2023 budget.
Sounds great.
Shall we break for 15 minutes? It's 10:37 at this point in time. Bio break is probably needed.
Couple hours, yeah, you bet.
We've got Shelley coming in at 11 o'clock to talk about counseling. And then we'll go through the new initiative. We'll get counseling presentation out of the way, and then we'll go back and go into the segments that we missed, which won't take very long. And then we'll finish off the new initiatives and talk about capital. And hopefully we can be wrapped up by 12:30-ish.
Sounds good.
So 15 minutes?
Sounds good.
Thank you all. Sorry, I distracted the mayor for a bit, so he's got to go get a coffee.
Yeah. You betcha.
So just for confirmation, we're going to start with Shelley's new initiative here at 11.
That's correct.
Okay.
Okay.
Could the host please allow me to enable my video?
That's weird.
That is
I
weird.
know.
We are.
I was worried about my bad hair day, but that's just kidding.
That's the first time I've had that happen.
What, bad hair?
Well, no, not the bad hair. I have that like every Saturday and Sunday, so
Oh.
or every day of the week, whichever, whatever your opinion is.
I've actually lost audio on my town laptop, so I'm using my work one now just because I can't seem to get back with audio. So I'm not sure what the problem is there.
Lenovo. I'll continue to hear
Cosmic
that.
sign, no one wants to hear what I have to
I'm
say.
gonna
Who
continue to
knows?
bring that up, Ken. Lenovo.
Thank you, appreciate it.
I think we've got everybody. You can kick us into gear, Kent. Okay, I think we're up and running again and going with Shelley. Is that right, Leanna? Or Jody?
That's correct. Yeah.
Thank you. Or Chris.
Yeah. So members of council, we have Shelley Kuchar, our manager of community support services, that will present the business case on the continuation of Foothills Counseling Services. So Shelley, floor is yours.
Perfect. Thank you very much. Good morning, everyone. Mayor and council, I appreciate your time this morning, and I'm happy to join you in these budget discussions. I don't have the opportunity to speak to you often, so my opportunity to say Happy New Year and thank you all for your commitment to our community. I have the pleasure today of talking to you about Foothills Community Counseling. And my understanding is that Chris had forwarded you a document, probably late on Monday. I'm going to admit openly that Chris asked me kindly to keep that document to 3 pages, and I think it squeaked just over 7. So my apologies. But if you just indulge me, I'm just going to read through that document with you today. Haha. I won't do that. What I will do is provide you a really brief overview. I wanted to spend a little bit of time talking about the ask itself and why that is happening, and then really provide you all the opportunity to ask any questions or express any concerns that you have about the program and or about the ask. So with your permission, I'll just continue and just provide the brief overview. And most of the information, again, the details will be in the report, but I just want to give you some context as to how the program came to be. So the opportunity to look at creating Foothills Community Counseling back in 2016, I think it's important to know that that was not an easy decision. High River Community Counseling came to an end in the middle of 2016, and that was a flood-funded flood initiative. This, however, came out of a community need, and the needs that the counseling center was seeing at the time of closure was that the needs weren't flood necessarily related anymore. There was just mental health issues, community issues, health concerns from the community, and there continued to be a wait list, and there continued to be a need. And thanks to some dedicated community volunteers who were from the Foothills region, who have a real heart and a passion for mental health, really worked on creating and keeping something going so that we had started something. Is there pieces of it that we could continue and maintain? And so in having discussions with them, along with a staff member who had at one time been a part of the community Calgary Counseling Center, also had volunteered her time to work on creating something for our community that would be of service, that would address the needs that still existed around mental health. We spent lots of time doing some research, looking at other community counseling programs, looking at other communities in our area and throughout the province about what was being done. And we knew that this would be new for the town of High River. It would be extra for our portfolio. And it was also really important work. So we weren't taking on something that was just, oh, we can put together a little program and see what happens. This was really important work. And so we didn't want to take it lightly and certainly wanted to enter into the project with our eyes wide open. So looking at who did this program fit best with, and it ultimately landed with our Department of Community Support Services. I'm a little proud of our program. For those of you that don't know me, I believe it's a true privilege to serve the residents of High River. And so to be able to bring a program to the community that we knew was going to meet a community need fit well with us, even though, like I said, eyes wide open, we knew it was new, we knew it was going to be a little extra work, but we also knew that it was really important. We then looked at creating the program. So we opened our doors in the early of 2017. And with that, we had to start from scratch, was creating the paperwork and the forms and building those relationships within the community. And we started off small, but weren't able to stay small for long because the need was there. And so we had to grow fairly quickly, and we had to come to an optimum size for our program that we felt that we could manage and could sustain. If you read in the report, there is a strong history with our office, and it certainly preceded my time and I've been here a while now, that we have provided office space to community organizations that weren't of a size to have an office in High River. So adult probation, youth probation, and the Alberta Works office operated out of our FCSS space for a number of years, so 15 plus years. With that space, it became available at the same time that the counseling center was looking for a home. With the new building, the Spitsy Crossing building that was built by the province across from the TD Bank, they did make space for Alberta Works and for the probation programs, both the adult and the youth probation. And so that provided office space that we were then able to dedicate to the counseling program. So starting this program meant that there was no cost to the town of High River. The staff were all contract, and we had grants and sponsorship at that time to cover all the salaries. And there was no extra cost. The phones were already in that space. We already had the space in our FCSS Resource Center, and we just absorbed the cost. There was no increase to our supplies budget or anything like that. So that was also entered into the decision of why we were a fit. We were able to provide service for our community without putting any burden on our taxpayers. So initially, as I'd mentioned, those staff were contract staff. We had some inquiries on all the contract positions within the town of High River a couple of years ago. And it was noted at that time that our staff should be transitioned from contract positions to salary positions. That change did make a bit of an impact on our costs and meant that we went through our grant dollars and sponsorship dollars a little faster than we had intended. And in fact, those dollars did come to an end at the end of 2021. During 2021, we did look at a more sustainable funding model. And it was really our intention to not compete with our other valuable social service organizations in town. So we didn't want to go down that fundraising trail or applying for the same grants that they did. So we've chosen to go with a sponsorship model. Being gung-ho to get going on that sponsorship model, having some conversations with Chris and with Nicole, it was important that we kind of slowed that down a little bit and looked at making sure that we had council's approval to continue the program. It is unique to have a mental health program fall under municipality. It's not right or wrong, it's just unique. And I believe that the model that we have put forward really doesn't put a whole lot of risk to the municipality, other than it does challenge that dare to be different and challenge that status quo piece. But I know that we're okay with that. So it was looking at also the timing. It was a pandemic, so sponsorship and those sort of things were a little harder to get. It meant having meetings virtually and not in person. And we also knew that we had a new council coming on board. So it was Chris's suggestion that we wait until now to really look at slowing the process down a little bit by having council fully understand and appreciate the program and have the decision to continue lie with you. And should that be the case, we will happily continue the services. And then to acknowledge the financial piece, and that is that we are in a position where we need some interim funding to provide uninterrupted services to our residents so that we can continue the program. We have a sponsorship model in place where we have a team of people in the community, volunteers that have agreed to seek sponsorship, and they have developed a list of potential asks already. We have, like I'd mentioned, a bit of a model in place where we're looking for ultimately 10 sponsors who would sponsor $10,000 each, and that would be our $100,000. If we were to go for one or two sponsors sponsoring a larger amount, if we were to lose them at any stage, it just puts us at greater risk. So we're looking at creating some partnerships at some modest annual rates to keep us going. We were also really pleased that the Calgary Foundation has agreed to be our fiscal agent. And I think Leanna will breathe, hopefully, a bit of a sigh of relief for that. What that means is that all the donations will be processed through the Calgary Foundation and not through the town of High River. So they will be able to issue all the tax receipts, and they are able to also advertise and promote the program on their behalf. They are an extremely credible foundation, and so we are very proud that they have seen us as a viable partner and have agreed to work with us. So with that in place, our next step was moving forward with the sponsorship. But as I had mentioned, it's important that we weren't seeking funds at a time where the program's existence may be questionable. So here we are today, kind of a twofold ask. And one is that looking for your support in continuing the work that Foothills Community Counseling is doing. And again, I'm happy to answer any questions that you might have about that, but also recognizing that I have unusual requests in front of you, and also admitting that these are unusual times, but with the addition of the Calgary Foundation as a partner and our confidence around being able to achieve our sponsorship goals. And we really look forward to continuing to serve the residents of High River with quality and meaningful support services, particularly in that counseling field. Just looking for your support to approve some interim funding to allow us time to get through. So what we're looking at is a 4-year plan. And in that 4-year plan, looking at really doing assessments along the way to ensure that we have looked at the capacity and the needs of the community, that we're not providing a service that is no longer needed. If the need decreases during that time, we will also decrease our services. We're designed in such a way that we can actually reduce our services quite simply, because most of our staff are casual. So we can reduce hours that way. But also want to acknowledge that if the need increases, we've also acknowledged that we are not in a position to grow. We are at our optimum size based on space, based on time that I'm able to commit, and the resources, the in-kind support that the town's able to provide. What we would do in that position, if that were to occur, if the need continues to grow, we would really focus on advocacy and encouraging others to step up as we have, and look at growing that we're in this together pool to see if there's others who can provide that service. The funding that we're asking for really is only for this year, because like I had said, we're already existing, and the funds that we had ended at the end of 2021. And it will just give us some time to utilize or to build and to seek sponsorship. And the goal is that we won't have to utilize any tax dollars, that we are able to fundraise or achieve through sponsorship our full amount this year, when in fact, we won't have to utilize any tax dollars. It's just this interim piece to kind of get us through, if that makes sense. I muddled that up, but I think you get what I'm meaning. I will just pause there. Like I said, I don't want to go into a lot of the details because I think you have them before you. Would love to just spend more time in answering any questions that you might have, or any concerns that you might have about either the program itself or about the ask that's before you today.
Thanks, Shelley. Well done. Not seeing any hands yet, so I'll start it off with, is there anyone else locally that's providing this service? And I'm looking on the presentation where there's a line here that says the gap of serving clients at the earliest stage of intervention. Can you talk to that? Like, what is there nothing, like, are we serving a niche that does not exist anywhere else?
Yes. Yeah. So what's unique about our program, Mayor, is that it's the sliding scale. So there are services available through Alberta Health Services. Their primary mandate is to serve the moderate to severe in regards to mental health. We're looking at the mild to moderate. So that is the gap that we have identified that need filling. There are private counselors in town that provide those services, but they come at a cost as well. So because we're able to offer a sliding scale, we can support residents who aren't able to afford the services, or only able to afford a tiny bit of the services. So where our scale ranges from $0 to $90. I believe counseling in High River starts at $125 average throughout. If you were to look in Okotoks, Calgary, averages is around between $180 and just over $200 an hour. So for the majority of our residents, not the majority, but there's a portion of our residents where that isn't affordable. And so that's the gap that we're looking at filling, is making sure that we have quality services. So we hire only master's students in counseling. We actually even have a psychologist on board at the moment who just believes in the program and believes that we're reaching people who need to be reached. And it's that cost piece. That's the other gap, is that we can provide the services at no or low cost.
Okay. Okay, sorry, just clear that up with me, because here's the cost per session ranges from $0 to $90. So, but you said that most of them don't have to pay. Is that what I just heard?
So it's based on income and also circumstance. So yes, so some pay $5, some pay $25, some pay.
So clients under the age of 12 are not being handed a $80 invoice.
No. So we have a contract with the. Yes, sorry for interrupting, Mayor. We do have a contract with the Alberta government to provide counseling services for children 0 to 18, and we provide that at a full subsidy in exchange for the grant that they provide us. So children are not paying, so they're fully subsidized. It's the adults, anybody above 18, that there is that sliding scale. And that's just, that allows us to generate some revenue. So we bring in about $35,000 in revenue based on fees.
On session fees. Okay.
Do the math, it's really low.
Yeah.
Per session.
Okay, Councillor Nychuk. Thanks, Shelley.
Welcome.
Thanks, Mr. Mayor. And thanks, Shelley. I truly appreciate what you bring to the table and the passion that you have for this. I'm going to ask you some pretty direct questions, I think. This is a big ask. I'm not convinced that this is an ask for a year. I think this will be perpetual, in my opinion. These kinds of things from a municipal, a provincial, and a federal level always seem to be government funded to the most part. So I'm hesitant on, I'm encouraging, but I'm hesitant that you're going to achieve a significant amount of sponsorship. And why I say that is this community steps up to the plate continually. And I've been thinking for the last few years, because of the situation, that lots of individuals and companies are tapped out. We support our community to an incredible extent here in High River. But there is a wall that eventually gets hit from a funding perspective. That's my concern here. I love everything about what this does for people. Absolutely. I'm concerned about the long-term viability and where the funding is going to come from. My first question is, in the data that the information, the data that we were given, it appears to me that 52.38% of the people that use the services are from High River. So we've got a breakdown of how many people from Black Diamond, Blackie, Cayley. To be clear to the people that might be watching, we don't have names, we don't have addresses, we just have where these people are located from. So from those numbers, it's just over 50% that are from High River. So I may have missed something along the way, but are any of those communities providing any funding towards this program? If we're a regional program and the ask is coming to the municipality of High River to fund the program, I'm not so cool with just over half the people being from our community and half of them being from elsewhere. And not that I don't care about people from another community and them finding the help that they need, but maybe there's some partnerships on a funding perspective from other municipalities that can fall into this, considering what I think I'm seeing from a lack of a better term, participation perspective from where people are coming from. Maybe, can you touch on that first of all? Am I way off base, or is that accurate?
No, you are right, and I appreciate you bringing it up, Councillor Nychuk. I believe I can address your questions. I think it's important to, first of all, to recognize that it was intentional to call this Foothills Community Counseling and not High River Community Counseling, because it was open to the entire region. The funding that we're seeking from the town of High River, and it's probably not the right term to say interim funding, and it's not really bridge funding. The whole goal is that really there are no tax dollars invested this year or any year. It's just I've got staff that I want to pay in January, and so that we will raise enough funds to pay back that amount. And I certainly hear the concerns. We're not looking at the fundraising because we have so many quality social profit organizations in High River. And that's where I mentioned we're intentionally not competing with those organizations. I don't want to pull from this community, but we have community volunteers who we are considering what we're calling our governors, who work in this field or have worked in this field for a number of years and believe that there are dollars out there and there are people looking to contribute to this meaningful work. And so they have me convinced, and the Calgary Foundation convinced that there is sponsorship dollars there. I'm not naive enough to suggest that there isn't a risk to the town of High River, that we are asking for that. So, but I don't believe it will go beyond this year, and that it will be anywhere near the $100,000 that's being asked. It is just the number that is the budget. In regards to the High River residents, yes, it does serve just over 50% on average of those that we're asking. And to date, the dollars haven't come specifically from High River. They've been larger grants. So one, we do have a small grant that comes from Foothills County, FCSS. FCSS can't fund counseling, long-term counseling, but they can fund short-term counseling. So that grant covers our kind of short-term counseling for all of our residents. I did approach Okotoks last fall, but their budget sessions are closed at summer, kind of like ours, when we kind of submit our budgets by the end of the summer. And so our intention is to approach Okotoks, the town of Okotoks, in part because of their larger numbers in Q1, Q2 of this year for their 2023 budget, but we don't have access to their 22 budget. My explanation around the percentage piece, I'm not sure if it's the answer you're looking for, but my analogy that I shared with Chris, while they're not equal, I think it provides us some comparison, is that the High River Hospital serves far more residents than just High River residents. But because we have it in High River, it means that our High River residents have the best access to it. It's most affordable and accessible to them. And that's what this model that we created does for High River. We don't have enough residents to sustain an affordable counseling program for High River residents only. By opening it up to other residents and opening it up, that means that we can have this program in High River for our residents, but it means that we have to expand the reach beyond just our residents to make it viable and sustainable. I don't know if that's a good enough answer for you, Councillor Nychek, but hopefully it provides some context.
Thank you for that. Where I'm pushing is funding needs to come from other places. Like you indicate Okotoks. Yes. Well, about just under 15% of, again, I use the word participants as people that are using the program. When 15% of the participants come from Okotoks, sorry, I think that the community of Okotoks should be concerned about those residents that come to High River for that and contribute in some way, shape, or form. So when we look at this funding model going forward from a contribution perspective from municipalities or from a sponsorship donation perspective, this almost looks like it's a Southern Alberta kind of thing, because we've got people from as far as Fort McLeod, right? So I'm trying not to sound like I'm entirely just about High River and my community, but if we are helping individuals from around us, we need to be sourcing from around us. So I have a really hard time when I'm going to ask the residents of High River to pay $100,000 to cover this, where, sorry, in my mind, I look at it, only 52 or 3% of High River residents are using it. I know that's a really narrow focused way to look at it, but I'm trying to break it down for myself, and I'm trying to understand how we can make this viable going forward, and the funding model can be very comprehensive and not specifically laden to the community of High River, if that makes sense. And I'm hoping And I would think, because I know you're a very astute person, that you and your group have probably talked about all that and have methodologies and things that in your 3 or so pages that you provided us, the detail of that kind of stuff couldn't be there. So I'll leave it at that because I see Councillor Kinghorn has a question as well. So
I do, Councillor King, or would you mind if I just address one quick thing? Yep. I just wanted to provide some context to the large area reach. As I'd mentioned, the Government of Alberta grant that we received to fund children and youth at a fully subsidized rate, that geographic area is a large geographic area. Our FRN grant is for all of Vulcan County, as far south as Claresholm, and then all of Foothills County. So it does make that region a bit larger, but it does provide us dollars to do that service. So we get an annual grant to provide that service. I wanted to make sure that I'm glad you picked up on the Fort McLeod client. It is outside of our region, but what that particular client is when there's a service that we can't provide, we make sure that we refer them on. So they were that hypothetically, if it's a service that we don't provide, so if it's around severe addictions, maybe it's around sexual abuse, something like that, and we have to refer them on to a different service. What we can offer is they often come with a wait time. Is if we can do some really low impact, and by that I just mean maybe it's every other week, we can stay in touch until they're able to get connected with that program. So they're not without something for that time. So that was that particular case. Outside of our zone, quite unique, but they reached out because of our family center and we were able to support them until we could get them to an appropriate support or resource.
And that's fantastic because I don't think anybody that ever came to your door, Shelley, you would turn away. So good on you for that. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Kinghorn?
Thanks, Shelley. Yes, and your passion and your work on this is simply amazing. But I have to bring it back to the people that are going to pay this bill. And the people that are going to pay this bill are High River residents. If I look at the numbers, I'm going to get specific about numbers. I read here that it's 88 High River residents that are actually using this service. And I understand that some portion of that is under 18, so that they would be fully funded already by the province. Are my numbers correct, or am I out of lunch here? Or
You're not out to lunch at all, Councillor Kinghorn. What is difficult for us, and this is where I think Chris struggled with me a little bit in providing the numbers that really told our story, and that the numbers fluctuate a lot. So trying to capture for you the numbers that actually tell the story. You're right that 88 does involve some children, some youth, where those are sponsored through the GOA through a grant that we have. So when you're probably figuring out with your calculator the per capita piece, it's quite high. I do want to remind you that we've operated for 5 years with no cost to the municipality. So it isn't like sneaking funds all this time, and High River's been funding this program for the past 5 years. You've been supporting it in kind by allowing me to focus on this program and providing space for us to do that. But no town or tax dollars have gone into the program to date. However, as I had mentioned, this money just to keep us, just to allow us to get the money. For those of you that have been on council before, you know that people come to council to do a budget amendment to ask for more dollars. I fully intend to come with a budget amendment to let you know that we can replace the full amount that High River's tax dollars have invested into this program, because we were successful in obtaining sponsorship, and we're not seeking people, or we're not going for normal grants out in High River. It's strategic with corporations and people who have a history of funding such programs. We don't want to impact the residents who are already drained and already support such important work. And we certainly don't want to take away from Hospital Foundation's fundraising, for example. It's a bit more intentional and strategic in that. But Councillor Kinghorn, you're right. Per capita, when you look at what's before you today with the $100,000 ask. And it certainly doesn't need to be that amount to be that bridge funding to get us through. But it is high, and that's the risk I'm taking in putting this unique request in front of you today, is that it's a big ask, and I'm asking you to believe in the program, and that's not actually fair. I know you believe in the program. You're responsible for taxpayers' dollars, and so the best I can do is present a case for you and leave the hard decision to you.
Thank you, Shelley. I appreciate your comments. Thank you.
Kelly?
Thank you, Mayor. I just wanted to ask Shelley, what is is there a growth potential for this program? Like, I appreciate you don't have a crystal ball, but if you're looking at what that's going to mean for the community, like,
Yeah. Councillor Smith, if it's okay, I'll answer thinking I know what you're asking. You keep muting as I'm sure you see.
There, am I back? I think I'm
You're
back.
Yes.
Okay, I'm back. Good. So 5 years in existence already. The numbers, the data that you've supplied us with, like, is there a growth potential? Is that what this program is looking to do, or is it just looking to sort of status quo? What do you anticipate there?
Thank you, Councillor Smith. Yes, for our program, we believe for it to stay under our management, we're at its optimum size. We've put in some measures in place that'll help keep it at its size based on, we don't want it to cost taxpayers dollars. And I do believe if we had to fundraise and look for sponsorship above the $100,000, it would become more onerous on me. And that's not what council pays me to do. So we are looking at it staying at this size. If there was growth, or somebody else was interested in taking the program on while maintaining its integrity, and by that I mean its level of training, and that sponsorship dollars don't go towards management costs and operations costs, because that's where the cost can get really, really high. We would certainly be interested in looking at that. If somebody else can grow it and take it further. Ideally, our intention is, and again, that's calling it a Foothills Community Counseling, that this program could actually be replicated in Okotoks, should they have a desire to go to. We also looked at a model where once we have a sponsorship model that is successful, not just a dream or a hope, we would like to encourage other municipalities to take on a similar model. So we have had one other municipality currently that is looking at the model, because they are struggling with finding affordable mental health options for their residents as well. And so it might not be expanding our region or expanding our scope, but expanding the model to exist in other municipalities.
Gotcha. Okay. Thank you.
Go ahead, Michael.
Thanks, Michelle Grass. Shelley, just coming back to funding on this, and obviously there's, sorry, I'm trying to remember the words you used on the level of help that these participants need. I think you didn't use the words not severe.
Mild to moderate.
Well, not severe cases. So mild to moderate. Okay, thank you. Mild to moderate. Is there seemingly a gap in the provincial healthcare system to help facilitate care and for those types of people that are seeking help? And the reason I ask is because potentially going forward on a long-term solution funding perspective, maybe this is bigger in nature, and the provincial government needs to look at regional care like this based on the accelerated costs if somebody doesn't get help at an early stage. meaning as a healthcare system, are we spending far more dollars at the late stages of helping somebody than a program like this helps somebody in the early stages and they get resolution to whatever they're dealing with? I'm trying to look beyond just this year and look down the road and how this might become an integrated part of the Alberta healthcare system, in that programs like this, you just mentioned, Okotoks, piloting this, Okotoks might see it as working good. Leduc up near Edmonton might find it as being good. Maybe maybe there's some long-term provincial funding that could come out of this to take care of programs like this and be part of a larger healthcare solution in the future. I know that's kind of at 100,000 feet, but just wanted maybe your comments on that to see if you thought there was that gap, that the mild to moderate aren't really getting looked after from a provincial perspective, and that's why this has been so successful here in High River.
Thanks, Councillor Nychuk. Yeah, there's lots that could be said around that. There's a history of community looking after community, and that's a real basic answer to when it doesn't require more intensive services. The community often steps up and fills those needs, which is often why we have social profit organizations and why we have foundations and different things that do that. We work closely with Alberta Health Services. They are taxed, as we know. Need grows, and so it's they're looking after that acute population and trying every day to also look after that other population. And so they try different things, but have to focus the dollars that they have on where it can go. So when we started, there was no affordable couples counseling, family counseling, anything like that was available through addictions and mental health. They're looking at stretching that and widening that and meeting those needs. So I think they're trying. There's also other initiatives such as the Canadian Mental Health Association that will provide some programming and some support, but not the direct support. So oftentimes, what if I could be so bold, the government will provide funding maybe to organizations to do kind of that work, but it kind of misses that real grassroots level of reaching the people who really need those needs, and that's where community seems to step up. So this couple that got in touch with us 8 years ago, this is their passion. They believe in serving our rural residents with quality services and meeting the mental health needs. And so this is a community response. It would be great if there were additional provincial or even federal dollars that helped with this, and we continue to look for those grants and seek those funds. But Bell Canada does their annual campaign in January to fund organizations such as ours, because there isn't enough government programs to provide the support.
Thanks, Shelley.
Councillor Barton.
Thanks, Mayor. Shelley, I'm just going to take my hand down here. Having worked with you in the past at a committee level, I've always appreciated your approach and appreciated your view on where we need to go with this community on various different levels, FCSS, counseling, and everything. I think one thing that I want to add, it kind of goes back to some of our strategic planning and discussions that we had earlier this year, is one of the things that we're identifying, I think Craig identified it, I think a consultant identified it. And one of the pieces that I think we need to continue to grow in this community is healthcare. FCSS, what you've done with FCSS, and I know you've grown it beyond our borders. And what we're doing, I think, with this piece right here, the Foothills Counseling, I think is another opportunity to grow our foothold on healthcare in this community, in this region, because I might be wrong in saying this, but between kind of Calgary and Lethbridge and maybe even like Picture Creek, we're probably like the big center for a lot of this kind of stuff to grow from. We got a pretty big region to fill. And I just want to commend you on what you're doing. I think this is a fantastic opportunity for council to start looking at pushing ahead, and I'm fully confident that you will find your sponsorship dollars. And anyways, kudos to you.
Thank you, Councillor Barton. I don't know if people know, and maybe this isn't the appropriate time to mention, but I came on, I think, just when Councillor Barton was on the FCSS board at the time, really focusing on affordable housing. And so that initiative was just wrapping up when I came on board, so I can take zero credit for it. But it's kind of a similar project. It's like, is it municipality's responsibility to build 3 buildings? But man, we have residents who need these buildings, and to date we haven't had to rely on tax dollars to operate Mundy Park, and so sometimes that risk is worth taking. So thank you, Councillor Barton.
Yeah, absolutely. Thank you.
Councillor Walsh.
Hi, thank you, Mr. Mayor. And thank you, Shelley, for sharing all of this with us. Your passion is just everywhere about this. I really, really am pleased to meet you. So I agree with what Michael Nychuk is saying in regards to, hopefully this is a longer term initiative within Alberta Health Services, because there is huge gaps, and the intention of your program to address those in a mild to moderate need, often when these people don't get the help at that particular point, it does escalate into, it does escalate into other things, couples counseling, when not addressed, and these issues are going on in the home. Well, you now have a family signed up for long-term support because of the emotional state that these young people, the children of the family, are left with. Or a different community resource, Rowan House, ends up because this unfortunate situation ended up in violence towards one or the other. The support of this particular program in looking at our long-term healthcare needs post-pandemic, a lot of people are terribly impacted right now with what's currently going on, and we're not just going to see it go away because we no longer have closures related to this or job loss, etc. And when we look at untreated mental health issues, that spills out into our community in ways, in increased crime. Then we've got policing, we've got, all of the other community services that are involved when mental health gets out of control, because that's inevitably where it goes. So I support this type of program, but cautiously. Not everybody requires the service, therefore the dollars that you're looking at. But I also do believe that you will be able to source the support to keep this going long term. So as a bridge financing approach, I think that your presentation is a reasonable ask.
Appreciate that. Thank you. I think we're always thinking long term, right? We have to deal in the moment. We've got people at our door right now, but when you start something, you do worry about growth, and we fund, as some of you know, we fund social profit organizations through our United Way and through our FCSS grants. And oftentimes our committees will have discussions about, but if we're funding it, somebody else doesn't have to step up. And so I'm conscious of that every day as well, that if we continue to provide the service, maybe Alberta Health Services doesn't have to step up and provide it. But I think I can't think of any examples of when doing nothing has been part of the solution. So I do believe in being part of that solution and doing something. I was brought up to believe that if you have, give, and if you can, do. And I believe that High River's always been in that position, that we stand up kind of when needed. And so we do want to be part of looking at what is a long-term plan for this. And that's why too, we're looking at this next 4 years, really just to 2026. And I chose that date in part because that's when some of our grants end naturally as well, so that maybe we don't renew grants, because there is another solution. We don't have to exist past that unless there isn't another solution in place. But I appreciate your thoughts on that. Thank you, Councillor Walsh.
Well, thanks very much, Shelley, for the presentation and answering all the questions. And for myself, you sold me on the need, you sold me on the value. This is a program that you and your team and the whole community should be very proud of, that we are able to provide this service for such a wide area. I support the ask 100%. We've got to keep this going. It's extremely important. And when I look at other line items that we've got in a $33 million budget, we're good. Well, if we're a people first community, this is one that we've got to keep this going. And I think beyond this, I think it's important that you and your team, along with us, do put a future funding model in place so that we can keep this going longer than another 4 years. Like you say, with the sponsorship dollars, it'll be interesting as to what we're able to gain out of that. But I support this one 100% and looking forward to keeping to work with you. So well done, Shelley.
Great. Thank you very much. And I would appreciate hope for an invitation back maybe at the end of Q3 with some really great news should you proceed with approval. So thank you very much for your time today and for your consideration. I know these are important dollars to distribute. So thank you so much.
Thanks, Shelley. What's next, Chris?
Well, let's go and cover off the sections of the operational budget that we missed last time. If that works well, we're at 11:44. I'm cognizant of time. We'd like to get, unless council wants to skip those sections, but there is one important one in there, and that's the water side of things. But it's pretty much self-funded as well and pretty healthy. But if council wants,
so let's rewind and cover those pieces off, but let's go Cole's notes. Let's keep it tight because
perfect.
Like I've said at the end of the last meeting, where our involvement and where we actually make an impact with is discussing new initiatives and all these capital projects that we're talking hundreds of thousands and millions of dollars. Running through a bunch of $5,000 line items isn't that we can't even, I don't know, how the hell do I make a decision on what kind of salt Jason uses at the water treatment plant? I have no clue. So that's getting into the weeds a little bit. So let's go Cole's notes just so that we can cover that off and get questions from council if there's anything, and then we'll roll through to maybe trying to finish some of the new initiatives.
Yeah, the rest of the new initiatives should be pretty quick. And then getting into the capital list as well. So Leanna, Cole's notes, if you can go to not line by line, but the bottom line on each of those segments, that'd be great.
Okay, I'm not sure I'm quite ready for that, but I will do my best. So
can you give us the page number, please?
Page 92 to start.
Yes. So the first cost center that I missed in the original package was the recreation complex, and that starts on page 92. And I just have to ensure I grab the right screen to share. And then I have to go to my speaking notes. Okay, so overall we see in the recreation complex, we see a decrease in our revenue. Sorry. By about $44,000. Majority of that is our town property rentals, a decrease of $32,000, and that's due to we're not anticipating having the full season of curling within the recreation complex, so that is not included in this budget. Our next one that we see is a major increase in here is in our utilities. And I just need to find the right part of the page. No, I'm sorry, it jumped around on me. It's page 92. So salary. So in telephone and utilities, we see an increase of about $26,000, and that's due to the consumption of electricity in the recreation complex. We see a minor increase in insurance by about $5,000, and that's due to our anticipated increases in our insurance. And we see an increase in our contract services by about $13,000, and this is due to building maintenance on an aging facility. So the next cost center that I missed, and I apologize again, is within safety codes. So if you go to page 131 of your package, we see an increase in revenue by about $30,000, and this is due to our permit activity within the community. And that is basically the majority of our safety codes of our changes. The rest of it is basically it's a net wash. The next cost center that I missed was in storm. So this is a utility which is self-funded. So this part is on page 163 of the council package. So the major change in our revenues is a decrease of $60,000, which was a budget amendment in 2021 due to the goldfish removal of the Highwood Storm Pond. And then that's offset by the decrease in our contract services for the removal of the goldfish of $30,000. And then we had we see a decrease in our transfer to reserves just for the balancing out of our storm utility. So nothing major within the storm cost center. Our next one is within our water distribution. So this is on page 167. So if we go into our water distribution, so we see our increase our sales of about $151,000. And this is due to an increase of our 2% in our rates that we are proposing within this budget. We are also seeing a decrease in the transfer from reserves of $30,000. And this was due to a budget amendment. And this was to pay for the hardware and software upgrade for the utility mobile radio reads. So this is so we can continue to do our billings on our utilities. Next major change within the contract services is a decrease of about $27,000. And this is due to the contract service for replacing of the hardware and software upgrade mobile radio rates. And the next major change in here is we see an increase to our capital reserves of about $140,000. And this is mainly due to the increase of the 2% of our utility rates. So our water distribution is offset by our water plant. So that's the other cost center that I missed in the previous council report. So that is on page 172. So one of the main things that we see in the water plant summary is a decrease in our transfer from reserves of the $25,000. And this was due to a previous year project of the lead sampling that we were doing within the water plant. We see a decrease, or sorry, an increase in our phone and utilities. And that is due to increase of our natural gas and electricity that we are consuming within the water plant. And then we see a decrease in our contract services, about $29,000. And this is mainly due to the lead sampling that was in the contract services line. So the final cost center that I missed on the previous presentation is called Community Economic Development. So that is on page 202.
Sorry, can I ask a question about that one, please? Going back.
On the water plant or community?
Water plant summary.
Okay.
So if I heard you correctly, and if I'm reading the numbers correctly, we are going to put a 2% utility rate increase in place. That 2% utility rate increase will bring us, what did we say here? 140,000. Where did I see that?
It's actually 151,000, and you saw that on the water distribution summary on page 167.
Okay, so the 2% is going to bring us in 151,000 in increased revenue.
Yes.
And we're going to take 140 of that and move it over to reserves.
Correct.
So that says to me that current rates are just a tiny bit shy of what the actual cost of the utility is. Is that correct?
At a high level glance, I'd say yes, but I know that we are planning on doing a complete utility rate review probably in 2023. We know that with our agreement with Foothills County that we have been told that they want an overall review, and this is also part of our asset management to ensure that we are putting away enough money to replace our infrastructure.
So what we're doing is we're implementing a 2% increase in order that we can put away money into our reserve. It's very, very small portion of that is actually going towards the operating.
That is correct, yes.
Thank you.
And Councillor Kinghorn, if you note on that last line too, we are putting almost $3.2 million into reserves this year. That's the target. So when we take a look at that revenue, our operating costs are less than $1 million to operate our water system, and we're putting in almost $3.2 million a year. So that will mitigate our asset management aspect of things. And most of the things that we have there are big ticket items like the water treatment plant and those types of items. So it's a significant cost. So we're going to be healthy in our utility side of things. So I don't think it's necessarily the wrong tact, but we do need to build more information on the asset management and the utility rate review to understand that.
So do we have any more questions on any of the previous cost centers that I went through so quickly? Not seeing any. I'm going to move on to the final cost center that I missed in the previous presentation. So this is our community economic development. And I see 0 changes in revenue. The only major change that we see in the community economic development is in contract services, and we see an increase of about $35,000. And this was due to us transferring our signature events into the community economic development. So our signature event support. Chris, where would you like to go next? Do you want to start going into new initiatives, or do you want to start going into capital?
Let's cover new initiatives, because I think we only have 4 really to cover, and 3 of them are sewer, which are, in my view, are no-brainers, and it's just part of our operating expenses that should be incorporated into our operating expenses. So Riley, do you want to jump in, or do you want me to walk through them? Riley?
Too many windows open here. Trying to find the unmute button. It doesn't matter, Chris. Like you said, they're fairly straightforward. I can go through them really quick if that works.
Yeah, why don't you go through them really quick, the 3 sewer ones.
So the first one is the camera. So our old one's getting old. It's had to have a couple of repairs on it. So we're looking at purchasing a newer unit. This is not a tracked unit. It is a push unit. So it just kind of slides through the pipe, allows us to take a look at pipe, looking for cracks or plugs and whatnot. The second one is the wet well. Is it the wet well cleaning or the treatment plant sludge?
Wet well cleaning.
Oh,
Wet
sorry,
well
wet well cleaning. So what the lift stations do accumulate sludge in the bottom over time. And so periodically we need to go in and clean that out. Last time this was done was right after the flood. The main lift station is historically we haven't been able to clean it because there's been no way to take it offline because all the sewage in town goes through this lift station. With the construction of the bypass a year or two ago, it now allows us to take it offline for short periods of time and allow us to do these kind of maintenance items. So this is ideally we would go in, clean out the wet wells while it was offline using the emergency bypass and then put it back online. That keeps our run times down on the pumps because the more capacity you have in your wet well minimizes the cycle time on your pumps. So essentially as your wet well fills up, your pumps come on and got to pull it down. But if the bottom half of your tank is filled with sludge, you can't actually use that bottom half. So it's just essentially a maintenance item. Next one was sludge depths. Again, we did clean out on sludge of the lagoons after the flood. It's time to check it again and see where we're at. So this is essentially a bathymetric survey to go in, measure the amount of sludge on the bottom. This is not removal. We want to see how much is there. And then based on that, we'll make a decision if removal is required or not. And then you would see a new initiative if it is required.
And then your final one is our curb realignment.
Oh, yes. So that's council requested a cost for this for consideration. This is the one on First and McLeod that does, I guess, by the dental place there across from the post office. So yeah, up for council's consideration should they want to proceed with that.
And that one is for 22,600.
Correct.
And that is the only new initiative besides the Foothills Community Counseling that has a tax impact.
There's one more, Leanna.
Oh,
It's not
okay.
in your table. And it's to deal with the pedestrian bridge and the increased engagement summary. There's two components to that. There's a menu of increased engagement, and part of that increased engagement was based upon the feedback that we learned from for the pathways within the Mercer lands. And so increasing the engagement from just beyond the standard online survey and then a follow-up open house to wrap up the project. We asked for an increased value-added kind of components that are in your package as well. And there's two phases. One is an increased First Nations investigation along that corridor at about $8,100. And then out of that value added, we've come up with a solution of the menu of a preferred option of about $12,500 that incorporates a proactive community organization meetings, signage, increased signage to drive people to those community organization meetings, as well as a virtual open house prior to the final closeout open house when the project's being closing out and presenting the findings. That would be about an impact of about a $12,500 increase plus the $8,100 for First Nations investigations. So that's all the new initiatives. Any questions on those ones? I'll be honest, 2 of the 3 sewer ones should just be put into operations on a cycle. The sludge one should be every 5 years. The wet well cleaning probably on a year to every 2-year kind of cycle because they do grease up and they do lose capacity. That may also impact the odor issues that we're also having. So, Craig, any questions?
Yeah, I do. Maybe if you can close down that so I can see people. Everybody's got it in front.
Well, now I have to figure out how to do that.
We'll go to Councillor Kinghorn first.
Thank you, Mayor. Quick question about this camera system. At what point does the threshold become a capital purchase as opposed to like it seems like this is included in our operating budget to buy a hard piece of material? And I wonder why that isn't included in capital as opposed to part of our operating budget. Is there a threshold that I'm unaware with?
Well, that's a fair question, Jamie. It likely should be more capital in nature than a new initiative. If we were exploring a new initiative of more, you can get cameras now that are tracked that can go for 1,000 meters that are articulated. If that's something that we're interested in, and that would probably be more of a new initiative because it's a next level of service. But this could easily fit into capital if we so chose. But we wanted to bring it here. We felt either way.
Okay, fair enough. But it's not an ongoing every year item. That's what I see the threshold being, and it like what we're asking for is ongoing for year after year. Now, once we implement this budget, and this particular item should only be a one-shot deal. We buy one and that's it. If you want to put in some sort of a program where every year you're updating this equipment, then that's would be operational, I think. But that's just my point. I mean, $25,000 for a piece of equipment that I think is very valuable and we'll use a lot isn't a bad thing, but it's just I feel it's categorized in the wrong area. Thanks, Chris.
Yeah.
Go ahead, Michael.
Thanks, Mr. Mayor. And I know I'm going to go down a little bit of a thing that you're going to think, $16,000 $34, $5, $6 million budget. But do you have me now?
Yeah, you gotcha. Thank you very much.
Okay. I'll just be dark for the moment. $16,000 for sludge depth. I know we have a budget of 30-some million dollars, and 16,000 isn't a significant portion of that, but really, we got to pay somebody $16,000 to tell us how much mud is at the bottom of the lagoon. When we cleaned it last time, we couldn't have put some kind of a measurement in there and just pulled it up and said, okay, there's 3 feet of sludge now, we need to clean it. Maybe I'm really simplistically looking at it, but $16,000 to tell me how much mud is in the lagoon seems like a lot of money.
It's not as easy and simplistic as that, Councillor Nychuk. They do go across the whole lagoon base and all the lagoons and measure all the depth because it will vary from site to site and is variable from time to time, how it settles out. And there is also a chemical composition as well of how many plastics, how many non-organics. It's always lovely stuff. What's the chemical composition, whether or not we can use it as a land apply product or whether we have to truck it for disposal at a contaminated site aspect of things. So those types of things we pull out of that information. And then we understand if we have to clean those sites, those lagoons. So there's a little bit more complexity than somebody in a rubber dinghy with a pole going along, right?
I get it. Once you put environmental on it like that, I get it. Environmental is never cheap. So thanks, Chris. Appreciate it.
It's 16 grand because it's not mud.
It's
yeah.
That's why.
If we have volunteers, we could certainly put people in rubber dinghies out there.
I'll go. Yeah.
Councillor Smith.
Thank you.
Are you done, Michael? Hang on, sorry.
Yes. Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you very much.
Kelly.
Should we nominate Michael?
Just did.
This is, and maybe this is off topic, but in looking at the utility costs and anticipation of increases over this year for the Recplex, for the water treatment. I mean, have we ever explored other options by way, like I know we have backup power by way of generators over in that area. Have we ever looked at capturing, like there's energy capture that you can do that will help perpetuate that and mitigate some of those expenses? And I appreciate the initial output expenses might be higher, but is there a long-term savings? Have we ever explored any of that stuff?
we have, we've talked, depending on the piece of infrastructure you're looking at, certainly Bob Snodgrass, we've had a study from ATCO, Riley, if I'm correct, that took a look at our energy efficiency and came up with some recommendations that had, significantly high capital costs to capture, some energy costs or improve the energy efficiency. When we take a look at, one of the preliminary conversations that we've had, it's really preliminary right now. There's an entity that is looking at methane capture from multiple different sources right now, and have kind of broached the topic with us regarding our sewer lagoons about whether or not it's capable of methane capture, and if we would be interested in putting in their study to investigate the feasibility of methane capture out in that area. So certainly having those conversations. You probably saw me smile because these are the things that really interest me when it comes to those types of efficiencies and those improvements, because there is a huge amount of grant, not a huge amount, there is a lot of grant money out there, but it's not about chasing grant money, but there is grant money if there's an initiative that becomes a priority council that we can bring forward and go after for those types of initiatives, be it a methane capture system, be it an energy reuse, recycle system, be it increased thermal capacity of buildings, or even energy cogeneration plants as well, using latent heat from some of our facilities. So there are some options out there, and we've talked about them internally, but with our capacity as well, we've managed that because renewal has been the dominant theme for the last 8 years. But as we close that chapter, we can start talking about that more at this level than ever before.
Well, the reason why I ask is that that's what my husband does, and he's done it for Miami-Dade County in Florida. He's done it for a winery in California, the methane capture stuff, to power gen sets that offset the cost for utilities for these for their facilities. So I think that maybe it's worth, a down the road or a wish list or pursuing, just especially if we're looking at how to be avant-garde going forward. So thanks.
Councillor Kinghorn.
Okay, just so now these two items, the measuring and the cleaning, Leanna, does this become a budget line now for every budget going forward? Because we're approving it in this budget. Does that mean we're going to do it every year? Or, I see this stuff gets added in, and then, in 3 years' time, we get another budget request to do measurement of the poop out at the plant, right? So it should be, in my opinion, and maybe I'm not an accountant, but it should become a line item in the budget so that every year we know that this amount's being allocated to that. And if we decide not to do it, then it's not spent. It doesn't come back to us again, is what I'm trying to say. Thank you.
I'll answer that, Leanna.
Okay.
I agree with you, Councillor Kinghorn. Those types of things, the wet well clean, whatever the cycle should be. And I come from a municipality where we clean every wet well every year and decreased it. And some of them we decreased and cleaned twice a year based upon the flows that they saw. We just put that into the operational budget. It was just that cycle, be it every year, be it every 2 years, and that would be the same with the sludge. It was just put into the budget automatically. If it's on a 5-year cycle, 5 years from now, you'll see a slight increase of $16,000 or $20,000. Or if we get a really good set of hip waders, we'll have Michael out there wading around with a pole, right? So and we can get
or shorts.
Or shorts.
Well, Craig's got that new boat.
Yeah, the last the worst perceptive item that I could share with you is, you remember we used to have a boat that used to go out and change aerators and do some sludge measurement depth with our own staff just to gauge whether or not we need a study. They used the same boat when they put out the swim docks, so not a great perception, right? They also used it in the water reservoir when they had to go check some of the intakes. So even though they washed it, they pressure washed it, still not a great perspective, right? So yeah, let's not, if we have a boat, we're not gonna use Craig's. Anyway, so it goes into operating, Jane.
Chris, I'm going to go back to kind of what Jamie was talking about, and when I'm looking at some of these pieces, we've got these sewer items that I agree with what Michael and Jamie are saying. It should be, and what you're saying too, it should be ongoing capital allocations in every budget. But also when I'm going through our actual capital plan summary, I'm looking at a lot of, I've got 5 things that I've recognized that I think are actual new initiatives, because I've never, they've never come up before. The tennis court resurfacing is one. It's $100,000. The big one that caught me was the Sunshine Lake playground replacement at $500,000. I've never heard that one before. That's an actual new initiative. Like that, aquatics, the tile basin drain. I got a lot of questions on why that wasn't taking place when we did all the rentals on at the rink or at the pool. A cemetery entrance map, $40K. That's brand new in my world. For what? And then the youth center rehabilitation at $130K. Like those are all ones that I've never heard of before, and they're just stuck in there. To me, those are new initiatives. Give me your thoughts.
I'm going to give you my thoughts, and not intended to rock the boat at all, but we do have to change our process. There are new initiatives will be a new service level, and we got to get to that language. What is a new service level? So counseling services. New initiative, new service level. We have that conversation. When we're talking about
new service level or new project, right?
Or like a new brand, a new project. So if we were to come forward with a methane capture system, and here's $1 million ask, it comes forward as a new initiative. But if it's replacing of existing stuff on a cycle, like a playground, or because of failure of components, those types of things, then that should go into the capital plan. So there's a fine line between capital and new initiatives. They're kind of like most likely the same, right? But new initiatives should be really business cases like we did on Foothills Counseling on the service. Do you support the concept of continuing that service? And here's the ask. It ceased. Now we're moving forward. But in the capital plans, we should still have a report, a background report, and every single capital item that's in there, the long list, it's going to be a long list. It's going to get even longer. And we've got to change the way we do things here.
Yeah, it's all capital money at the end of the day, but how council views it and how council takes it under consideration is significantly different, right? So that, we've got to get ourselves educated, and maybe, you look at that playground. Well, I'm not going to support it for this year, but let's plan for it for next year, right? But I got questions on why that's in there. Again,
and the other piece to it as well, we need to make we need to make this process, it's easy for council. And I don't know how many people are actually watching today. I know last time we didn't have any watching the live stream.
Only 4 staff members, so.
What it is. We have to also recognize, even though we don't get a lot of turnout, we got to recognize that we got to make it user-friendly for the public so they can easily understand our budget, right? That it's simple and simplistic and easy to follow on a year-by-year basis. And so we've got to make some changes. This year will be I hate to blame COVID for everything, but it's been kind of stick your finger in the dike and hold on, so to speak, for the last 18 months, 2 years. And now we're starting to get back to some normalcy, and we're going to be making some big changes in our formats and changing how we convey that stuff. And we're going to try different things. And if council's not happy with it and the public's not happy, we'll go back to the drawing board and try how we present our budget and do our capital side of things. So does that answer your question?
Absolutely. Yeah. Well, further discussion next Wednesday, I'm sure.
Okay. So do we want to roll through capital? It's 12:16. We have this book till 2. Do we want a bio break at this point, or do we want to just roll through all the individual items on the capital side of things?
I think we need a little bit of a break, do we not? If we're going to
30 minutes
on, if we're going to
Yes,
half an hour, so you can get a bite to eat or something, and then back till 2. Is that cool?
Yeah, 30 minutes. So 12:45, we'll come back.
12:45 sounds great.
Okay, we'll see you all then.
You bet. Bye. Do I need to tell you to fire it up again, Kent? Okay. Yeah, go ahead. Chris is just getting sorted back in his office there, so go ahead and you can. Oh yeah. Okay. You with us, Chris? Oh, maybe I just saw him go by. Can you hear me now, Chris? I can hear him. I can hear him through the walls. So
I can hear you now.
All yours, go ahead. I'm shutting my camera off so you don't have to see me spill mustard everywhere.
So we've covered new initiatives. We've covered the segments that we missed. Now we're going to just introduce the capital plan for this year. I'll go through. Let me catch my breath for a sec. I'll go through the carry forwards. I'm going to share my screen again. Share. Everybody can see that? So the carry forward projects that we got coming from 2021 are the following. Wayfinding signage program, it's construction. We're finalizing design and getting ready for tender. We hope to be starting to construct that in early or late spring in multiple locations. It'll be a phased approach and ongoing because we can't necessarily afford all the wayfinding signage that is within or that is contemplated. And please feel free to ask questions, jump in, interrupt as we go through this, both council and staff. Asset management implementation.
Chris, I'll ask, and when you say carryover, these are already funded in the capital budget. There's no money allocation. This is more information of what we're doing in 2022 using 2021 money.
Basically, yes, that's correct.
Thank you. Thank you.
Yeah, and I want to introduce those for the new members of council so that they're aware of those projects still moving forward, as well as how it impacts our human capacity.
Excuse me, Chris?
Yeah.
Where would I find that in my book?
You'll find it in your tab number 3 that says 2020 proposed capital 10-year capital plan.
Thank you.
It's the big spreadsheet, and you're going to see 2021 carryover column, and then the 2022 new column, and that outlines projects contemplated over the next 10 years. Now, my history with councils, no offense to those members around the table, thinking beyond year to year or beyond end of your term is sometimes very difficult to frame, and so very difficult to understand and very difficult to invest in. So we'll try and focus on a year, and we'll slowly be moving to looking at the next 3 years so that there's an awareness of upcoming projects. Asset management is continuing to be implemented. We're without an asset management coordinator currently. And we've got some gaps. I think I've shared those through our budget briefing so that we'll be having those conversations. Center Street shallow utilities. This is a closing off of a project, and still on the capital plan to deal with as a holdback and deficiency issue. Fire hall expansion. We're dealing with deficiency work, so it's still a project. Although it's substantially complete, we still are dealing with deficiency work associated with that. RCMP building renovations. This has been on the list since 2019. I think there's some headway actually being made into this. And one of my philosophies that I adopt here, just so everybody's aware, is that if we haven't tackled a project in 3 years, it comes off. And then a new business case and a new justification and rationale why. It can't be a priority if it's taken us 3 years to get to that. So the RCMP building renovations, and there's multiple ones that are in there, including a man door between the garages, shelving issues, and flooring that was done last year, and some blinds replacement. Protective services vehicle purchase. While we purchased it in 2021, we haven't paid for it yet because it hasn't arrived yet. Or last I checked, it hadn't arrived yet. It's still in Vancouver, trying to get here. So
we have one of the two vehicles.
Yeah, we have one of the two. We don't have the second. Same with the ladder truck purchase. Council authorized that in 2021, but because we won't pay for it until 2022, it becomes a capital plan for 2022, and we expect delivery late January, early February. Phase 2 of the Bob Snodgrass roof. This was a project that was deferred from last year based upon whether or not the curling slab was going forward, or if there was going to be a demo of the building and start from scratch. So we're proposing that it continue. It initiates this year. And same with the Bob Snodgrass HVAC restoration, improved rooftop access for safety, and of course the curling slab for completion. The columbarium was awarded in September. It is actually, correct me if I'm wrong, Leanna, it's still in a container in Vancouver. So
It's on the docks.
It's on the docks now?
We can't, but we haven't got it out of the container.
Yeah. So deliveries, anybody's guess at this point in time, probably mid to late spring. Active transportation improvements, that's the pedestrian sidewalk improvements that council had budgeted for last year. That are some components that did not get completed last year that are carrying over. And of course, we continue to investigate municipal software, and our expression of interest closed last Friday. Last Friday or Friday before? Friday before.
January 7th.
And so we are moving forward with finalizing the RFP so that we can move on and be selecting a municipal software platform that integrates as much as our operation as possible. That includes planning, engineering, HR, finance, and operations. And then fleet replacement carry forward. There was $575,000 of fleet replacement, and you saw one of those in the December 13th meeting, the dump truck that council authorized the increased budget. A lot of that equipment was ordered at various times through the year, but delivery is not expected to mid to late 2022. So for a lot of the equipment. So something to bear in mind with the equipment list that we'll be talking about in the 2022 plan, which has got $475,000 planned for in that much. Any questions on those carry forwards?
I have one.
Sure.
I don't know what a columbarium is.
It is a place, Craig, you can jump in.
Let me tell you.
I know.
It's a place where you can inter ashes.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. So we'll get lots of cemetery terms as we go through the capital budget too. Any more questions on the capital carry forwards? Big list. Let me tell you, that's a big list. So what's new for 2022 that's new? Everybody's going to love this one. We keep coming back to the top of the list of sewer conversations. So odor control improvements at lift one, at the main lift and on 5th Street. We have some odor issues that have resurfaced there. And so we want to try and tackle that and see if we can improve the comfort and enjoyment of those residents that live in those along that area. Pathway to Emerson Dock, if you recall, we placed a dock as part of our gathering space initiative. It had some accessibility aspects of things, but the component that we missed was building a pathway from our pathway network down to the dock to encourage accessibility. Highly used dock and great response from the community. For low cost addition to our park spaces, something to consider at all our storm ponds and water features that we have within the community. Very, very low cost, relatively speaking, in the scheme of things, but big impact for the community. They truly love it. I don't think I've ever seen nobody on that dock, even during the ice time. Right now with the ice in. Additional water tower risk management plan. Sorry, that spell check didn't like tower, I guess. So this is the water tower park risk management. That used to be where the side of the water tower, there was lead paint on that water tower originally. So understanding what the risks are associated with any of the remnants of the paint for the water tower on that site in that playground area. We're asking for additional funding for municipal software ERP. It's becoming clear that this is not a $100,000 project. It's not necessarily a $500,000 project, but it's going to be in that scope of range of very expensive to move forward with in today's times, especially an integrated approach across all our divisions. Fire hall equipment. This is kind of the annual replacement, turnout gear, replacement SCB. Oh, Jenny, you have a question? Saw your hand.
I just wanted to go back to the water tower.
Yeah.
Because what needs to be done there?
Just soil sampling. So we have to test the soil sampling as part of the remediation efforts of the water tower, and make sure that
wouldn't that have been done? I mean, we've replaced almost more than half of that space, including sod and grass. Yeah. So wouldn't that have needed to be done previous to doing all that?
Chris, I can jump in.
Yeah, Riley.
So you're right, Jenny. We did do a lot of replacement because of the contamination there, because it's a identified or a brownfield site. We do have to have a mitigation plan in place. And so what this is basically go to the site, figure out how much is actually left behind and what's there and what kind of risks it poses to the community, and then put in a monitoring plan afterwards. So this is, although this is a one-time cost, this is likely to lead into an ongoing cost. We had, although it doesn't help you, the rest of old council would be familiar with what we went through with the landfill at Hamptons. This is very similar in terms of if there's a contamination there, you do have to do some sort of ongoing due diligence. We have talked to environment was talking to, it's basically environment's told us we have to do it. We've been dragging our heels on this one actually for the last couple of years, and we're to a point where we don't really have much choice and need to do something. Does that help? That doesn't really help, did it? I see the look on your face. Didn't really help.
Well, what does that mean for the park itself, the site? Like, what does that? Like, kids have been playing it for the past however many years.
Probably nothing. But when we do clean up, you can't get it all. There will be some somewhere. That tower was high. It was, paint would have flaked off. It would have an impact beyond its boundaries. And so it really is about quantifying that and identifying how big that risk is and what the impacts could be. We're not expecting anything because, like you said, well, there will be still some contamination there, whether it's significant or not. I guess we don't feel it will be, but that's what the purpose of the report will be. It will identify that and the level of risk. But like you said, we did replace a lot already. There was environmental engineers involved at the time to make sure we did it correctly. And so we don't have a lot of concerns, but it is required by environment.
Okay.
Yes. And always, studies are always a difficult one to kind of wrestle with. Fire hall equipment, annual replacements, so turnout gear, boots, helmets, small tools, always a budget for them to replace and cycle through gear that they need to replace. We just replaced this SCBAs last year, but as we get new firefighters in, we may have to buy new masks and those types of things, replacement to address our complement.
So Chris, I'm just gonna jump in here. Actually, in the fire listing, they have the backup set for the Jaws of Life.
Yeah.
And then they have the bunker gear washer that they have identified as
specifics.
As specifics for the
Okay.
97,500. And the bunker gear is in our operational costs within
Is
our
it?
fire department. Yes.
Okay, that's not what.
So question, when I was over there, they told me they were gonna outfit that new ladder truck when it comes in. It needs all new hoses and all this stuff. Where is that in the budget? Is that within the capital or is that over in operating?
That is in capital, and that's all included in the capital carry forward money of the, I think it was 1.45 million that council approved in, I'm going to say December. And
Okay, so it's not part of the new.
no,
Oh, so it's part of that 1.4 for the new truck.
that's
right.
correct.
Okay.
All included. I
Okay.
requested Cody to make sure that everything that he needed to outfit that new truck was included in the request. So we didn't get surprises, all of a sudden, this incremental increase along the way. Oh, we need new hoses, we need ladders, we need this, we need that.
Yeah, yeah.
Have
Okay,
detailed that. As an
Thank you.
aside, just so you're aware, City of Duncan on the island has just ordered a truck from Pierce, which is our manufacturer. They won't get it till 2023. Prices, they secured the price at $2.1 million for the same style of truck, the same size of the 100 footer that we purchased for 1.395. Just so you're aware. Wanted to share that.
Hey,
RCMP
Chris, sorry,
building.
just before you get started on the new next one, going back to the pathway to Emerson Dock.
Yeah.
Why? Why can't people just walk across the grass like they do to every other square inch of that lake? I don't get the pathway specifically. Why?
People with mobility challenges.
Do we want people with mobility challenges out on a dock with no railings on it?
No, well, you can certainly add railings to that dock. That's
But
one
we're
of the
not doing
options.
that.
Not part of this, but it is, if we believe in inclusive environment, and I guess that's a question for council, if you believe in inclusivity, where we can maximize accessibility is something for us to always integrate in.
Well, I'll continue to say it like I did during the election. Not everything can be accessible all the time to all people. And I'm not the liability that comes with saying that that dock is accessible to everyone. Man, that whole lake is accessible. There's often wheelchairs down along the lake when Orin and I go fishing there, but I'm just
that's
red
why
flags that go up that why we would put a pathway to that dock.
Why it's on the list is for council to consider it.
Perfect, thank you.
And I had that conversation. RCMP building upgrades for the video system, including exterior of the building, so that they can create a safe spot for parent exchanges, safe spot for Kijiji sales, those types of things. We're seeing that as a trend at a lot of RCMP stations now, as well as internal video upgrades. They have found a different system that's much cheaper than was originally proposed. So you'll see that as a reflection in there. Standby power, right now their current generator does not have the capacity to run power for the entire building, only components of the building. So that would be a new generator for that. Bylaw services, as we relaunch this, we've got some radios and bikes, but we may need another vehicle if we decide to choose to hire another CPO1. And we'll be making that decision later in the year. Mind you, it is within the operational and in the capital budget. At the Bob Snodgrass Recreation Complex, a snow melt exchanger. Riley, I kind of know what that is, but you might be able to describe it better than I can. But it's just a place where we melt the snow.
Yeah, it's just the snow that comes off the Zamboni melts. We have one existing, but it is old and on the fritz. So it's time for replacement. It's just life cycle.
Tennis court resurfacing, pool, tile and basin maintenance, Hampton Hills landfill pathway upgrades. This is in response to the residents of the Hampton Hills area. I'm bringing forward that concern to the previous council. Spray park maintenance and repairs, cemetery sign and map, fleet replacement, youth center rehab, operations building upgrades, design of Center Street from 7th to 12th. If council, the previous members of council remember, and for those new, council in 2020 after the Center Street construction had tasked administration to come back with a plan to finish off the rest of Center Street to the roundabout. We believe we've got the money to do that through our MSI program and reallocation reallocation of that MSI money. And so this would be just for the design from 7th to 12th. So we can complete that project, which includes underground infrastructure as well as street improvements, that perspective. And then 2nd Street and 20th Avenue Northeast, the Hampton bypass, asphalting that road at about $1.2 million is the cost, not realigning. That's not including any realignment of that road, just so everybody is aware. It's just simply asphalting and building the base. So any questions on that list? It's a long list too.
I think, Chris, one thing that we probably need to identify is we do have this $3.7 million for the purchase of the Highwood Drive Riverside properties as well in this capital budget.
Yes. Yeah. And council's done that by resolution at the last meeting. But that will be a cost recovery too.
Got questions from Kelly first.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'm curious to know what the youth center rehab, is that where the Boys and Girls Club is and that park out back, or what is the?
Yeah, that area there. When we were doing our place, our gathering place improvements in our, as well as our youth, United Way Youth Initiative, the youth had come forward with, some enhancements over there, including a sport court, which is going to be underway in the spring, as well as getting rid of the mini putt. But it became clear as we were going through that facility that the facility is in desperate need of repair to become more usable, or we're going to lose it. And so that's what that is intended to be. So it's taking that building there and enhancing it, trying to see if there's a way we can have some access for washrooms for the individuals so that they're not using the landscape to go to the washroom.
Just to add, Chris, this is, you're correct. This is all building maintenance type items, and it's actually a 3-year program. We spread the costs over 3 years at about roughly 126,000. And it includes things like roofing, the deck on the one side's rotten, exterior cladding needs redone, the basement flooring needs replacement, and the basement bathrooms. So that's the kind of thing that's in there.
Yeah, it's the catch up for ignoring building maintenance for so long.
Okay, thank you.
And then
hang on, go back. We got Michael and then Jamie. Jenny, you were up, or you? But
unfortunately, I can't see people's hands, so somebody chimes in.
Michael first, please.
Thanks. Just to touch on what Riley just said. So that's a 3-year plan at $129,000 a year. So we're almost $400,000 we're going to spend on that building.
Oh, sorry, 129 total.
Oh, total. I thought you were saying 129 a year. Okay,
no,
that's
sorry,
that's
126 total.
126. Sorry. Okay, that's much more digestible than what I thought. Thanks for clarifying that. I'm coming back all the way back to the RCMP building, just something I wanted that you kind of went right by on, Chris. Kijiji sales and child exchanges. We're going to create a surveillance system for that.
The RCMP requested it as a safe spot for people to do those types of transactions and those exchanges. It's a trend right now is that the RCMP's location is the preferred location for people to make Kijiji transactions or whatever it may be, plus for child custody arrangements to exchange children so that there's not violence, domestic violence situations that may in a private setting. So it's about creating a safe spot.
Wow.
Wow.
We are going to put the entire world in a bubble, each of us, right? So that we can never be harmed in any way, shape, or form. And not to not to make light of those situations where people put themselves into bad environments of their own accord, but hey, whatever. I'll take the RCMP's lead on this, but anyway, thank you.
Jimmy Kinghorn.
Thank you. Riley, what's the dot number or the number on that to repair to the facility over there at Boys and Girls Park? I'm trying to find it on your spreadsheet here.
100 for this year or total?
Oh, for this year. What's a line? Like each one has a renewal number? What's
So
the
it 54.
renewal number 54? Okay.
And it's I see 129 on my spreadsheet.
Yeah, I was going to say, I thought I saw 129 in 1 year.
Yes.
That's what's here, Riley.
Sorry, I'm looking at the new initiative sheet from Kevin. Hold on, let me.
Okay.
Mine has all the descriptions, so that's why I was going back to the original.
Okay. I'll let you look at that first.
Sorry, what line, Leanna?
54. Serial number 54. It's line 77 if you open up the Excel spreadsheet, but it's line 54. You're looking at the printed copy.
Oh, okay, it's all in one now.
Yes.
So we can do it all in one, or we can spread it out over the three years if we want.
So we're still saying it's 129 in total. We're not going to spend $400,000 on that building.
Correct.
No. Okay. Do we have revenue from that building at all anymore, or is it just downstairs Boys and Girls Club and that's about it? So that whole upstairs is available for something?
Literacy for Life is still up there, aren't they?
Yeah, but I don't think we charge them any rent.
We used to.
And Janelle's got some ideas to help with the youth as well within the community. So, because some of the members of the youth don't like going to the Boys and Girls Club as well. So there's some different thoughts. So, but
yeah, it's always been kind of a thorn sitting over there, and that I think it belongs to the town. I'm not positive about that. I know it was donated to
the town.
There's some hooks on it, wasn't there, Craig, when it was donated by our friend over there? Yeah.
Yeah, no, Floyd Langenoff donated. As far as I know, it was donated free and clear to the town, and it's a town-owned building now, right?
Okay, well, it is. We got to maintain it. Again, I'll equate back to the Memorial Center. If we don't look after these things, they'll just fall apart on us.
Especially that one, because it's a log. It's a cedar log building, right? So it's
nice to see they finally got something there with the light standards. I don't know how many times I hit one, but anyhow. The last question I have is 2nd Street Northeast. Now, this is that gravel strip that goes behind the Hamptons. We're able to pave that for 1.2 million all the way around. It must be a different road. I'm not.
That's it.
That's the estimate.
To pave that gravel strip that goes all the way around over to the four-way stop.
It's not realigning it. It's staying in its existing orientation.
Yeah.
And base is being rebuilt as well, right, Riley? Base is being rebuilt and asphalt.
Boy, the last time I saw
you got to rebuild that base, Jamie, because it's not like well, by the Autoplex there where it was just grind it down and put a top lift on it, right?
Yeah. Oh,
this is
I agree, Craig. It's just that's way light compared to. If I remember last time I got a number on this, it was like 3.5 to pave it all the way around. So
that would be the
real number to pave it. Boy, let's jump on it.
I think that was with the realignment, Jamie.
Yeah.
Okay.
Included in it.
Good. Jenny? If that's the road, let's get that done. To me, that's a big priority to get that piece of gravel done.
Jenny?
Well, I appreciate 2nd Street being looked at, but I know we did discuss some 64th Street and it's not even on our 10-year plan. I'd really like to see that somewhere.
Jenny's Road is on the list somewhere.
At least in 10 years, come on.
Put it on your radar, Chris.
Yeah.
Because it'll come up next year for sure. So, Jamie Barton.
Thanks, Mayor. With that Hamptons bypass, so I'm just listening to what you guys said. I'm guessing that it's just it's kind of resurfacing. We're not putting in curbs or anything like that, or any storm sewer collection or anything along those lines.
No.
Okay.
No, it's coring the road and asphalting the new core.
Drains to the ditch.
Yeah. Simple.
Chris, going back, a couple of things that have been on the radar for a long time, loosely talked about, knowing we have to do it. One is the 7th Street Northwest top lift that goes down to the golf course. When are we ever going to complete that? That's a top lift that's been kind of hanging out there for 20 years. And
the budget's approved, and it's awarded, so it'll be done.
It is?
Yeah.
Okay.
So we didn't want to do it this year with the lift street construction, the lift station construction, but it'll be done next summer.
So it is still on the docket, and we're okay. And question on the 4th Avenue mains replacement, where the houses were basements and everything were supposedly cracking, etc. Where is that at?
So that's been tendered, that's been awarded. Shawnee has ordered the pipe, probably correct me if I'm wrong, and construction, we're working on some offsite issues with Suncor that we went through a briefing with council in a camera session previously. And it's intended to be constructed this year.
Okay. And
that's item number 66.
It is on there somewhere. I was digging through there, but
it's under just infrastructure replacements.
Okay. And what about the houses there, Chris? Like we've got monitoring programs in there so that we're not getting snookered.
We're doing we're doing pre and post construction inspections with a structural engineer.
Okay, perfect. Thank you. And one last one. Our famous, again, over by Jenny, the top lift around that development. Can't remember what that road's called. Jenny, you can probably help me out. I should know it off the tip of my tongue, but Scotty Allen's development. Scotty completed that top lift, did he not, Riley, this summer, and it's done?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah, all complete.
Okay, thank you.
So on these new capital projects, next week when we get back together, you can go through the budget. We'll be taking you through voting on them one by one so that we have that comment aspect of things. This is just an introduction of them, a brief description. So you can go ask more questions as well. If there is more detail that you need, ask us that for more detail. Send us an email. We'll get you that more detail on whatever may be required. Now, the last piece is the renewal projects. These are the renewal projects that we have within the capital plan currently. Some are closing out some components of it, final completion or warranty work. Some are new. Well, not new, but I guess new to this year from that perspective. That's the list. As you're aware, we've awarded the tree replacement, the first phase of that. We've also done the first phase of beechwood naturalization, and council's seen what the naturalization designs to look like. Eagleview bank protection is, Riley, would you say that's about 75% complete?
Oh, yeah, it's past that. All the rocks in, the dirt's back in. I think it's just landscaping left, and they'll do that in spring. They'll do all the cleanup in spring, but all the rocks in.
And then just some final cleanup of other projects that were underway that are on the list. One of the bigger ones that's out there is the reconstruction of Center Street south of the roundabout, and what that will look like exactly. There's, I think, Riley, we're talking about a full rebuild of that to our municipal boundaries, correct?
Correct. It's currently under design.
Yeah. And so that's the renewal projects. By the time we've got that done, we should be closing the chapter on that renewal aspect of things, and then reallocating the money back to the GOA or to the county, or however council goes through that process, whatever's left over. So that's kind of the capital plan in a simple list way.
Okay, I'll jump in on renewal here, Chris.
Okay.
Southwest Dike construction, 6.7. Is that a holdback? Is that warranty? Is that under budget?
That's under budget and holding back based upon the environmental assessment board decision.
Okay, so that assessment board decision is sitting there, and I take it hold back on warranty stuff. Okay.
Yeah.
And the majority of it just being coming in under budget.
Yeah.
Okay.
The great uncertainty we have is we don't know what the environmental assessment board is going to say to us.
Yeah. Well, when is Nixon going to make a decision on that?
No idea.
Yeah, I should have brought that up last week too. Tree replacement.
Yeah.
Where are these trees going?
So I believe at the last the council meeting in December, this contract was awarded for about $150,000, and there's about $500,000. So various park spaces, green spaces within town, and I think 1,500 trees, if I recall correctly from my memory.
That was a meeting I missed, so that makes sense.
Yeah. So I think that's the first phase. We have about another $200,000, $300,000 left in that, and we're seeing what the supply will indicate if we can do some more tree replacement as well.
Northeast and item 88.
If I'm correct, that's the Mount Machuck Goodman piece.
Okay. So why is that even still a line item when they declined our offer, and that's off the table now? So
yeah, it's there because it's a grant, and it's a grant for purchase only, so we can't use it for anything else.
Okay, thank you. And we got one more flood 95 flood impacted property cleanup. What are we? What's that?
Riley, that's the river channel, correct?
It was just some miscellaneous cleanup. So leftover from the projects, we know we have a couple small issues we need to deal with, a bunch of miscellaneous small stuff, and that's essentially just addressing that.
Okay. Does it include getting the garbage bins out of the river in the northwest there?
Well, I would have to bear with me a second. I'll pull up the
that's got to be somewhere.
last update I have.
Doesn't matter. It's not a big deal, Riley, as long as I was just curious as to whether it was a specific property that was that big a number. So, okay.
Didn't we do some of that work in the fall, Riley, by the golf course, some of the cleanup?
We did. Property. I just pulled it up. I have a flood property cleanup. I think that's, sorry, property cleanup. That should be rehabilitation of Beechwood. Oh, this is the Beechwood. Sorry, I was wrong, Craig. This isn't the miscellaneous. This is the this is actually the Beechwood cleanup.
Well, there's 500. So the Beechwood. Oh, so that would be the Beechwood cleanup. So the adding 94 and 95 is the total Beechwood project.
Yeah.
At about $1.5 million. Okay. Okay.
Yeah, I think there was two funding sources on that.
Yeah. Yeah, one's 30%.
Councillor Kinghorn.
You're on mute.
Further to that, the cleanup part that I was looking at here, what about all that in behind that we've identified in behind Wallaceville there? I think we've got some town pipe back in there and all those garbage bins and all that sort of stuff. Has that been looked at or talked about with the GOA?
It has. I can't remember, Jamie. I'm sorry. I'll have to get back to you on that one.
Yeah, if you could. It's my understanding that's going to be a pretty big one because it's not going to be easy to get in there and get that stuff out.
No, we did go back there with our crews and pick up the easy stuff, but now it's, yeah, all in water I know we were looking at some of that tendered out with, was tendered out, but
Yeah.
let me check on how far that went and what the scope of that was.
Yeah, not even that it's in water. I mean, there's there's trailers still back in there, like camper trailers. There's all kinds of stuff back in that bush that, you know, it is what it is, but I think we should still be trying to get the GOA to fund cleaning that up a bit. Thanks, Riley.
Michael, you've turned your video off, so you've got your hand up.
Hi, yeah, that's for me, Chris. Thanks. Going to bank armoring at the very west end of Happy Trails. Well, Stang's don't live in that house anymore. I won't call it old Stang's place, but Stang's old house at the end there. The river is starting to cut in. We had a resident that came to us last year about concern about it eroding the diking there. I know we're probably a long way off, but Riley, has anybody taken a look at that? And would that fall under that, what is it, 89 bank armoring?
I will email out a drawing, Mike, because I think we're already have it all designed and tendered. So if we're talking the same spot, there is, yeah, kind of that west end of the golf course there, where the informal jump park is.
No, way past, going south and west of that, all the way down to the end of Happy Trails. So where Al built that big property right at the end of well, is that Riverside, whatever that's called there, whatever street that ends up being.
I don't think we were going that far, but let me check on that.
Yeah, where Scotty Allen is, and that residential development there, where the river's starting to cut back and it's aimed right at the dike now. So I don't know about how that dike was constructed, if there's a bunch of rock in there, and if it erodes, it's just going to come in contact with rock and not do anything in the future. But you know, not that it's going to cause any concern tomorrow, but in light of having all this, you know, there's some funding available, just to have a look at that, because it was brought up by a resident last year.
Yeah, we did have it inspected, but I don't think we included it in the scope, but let me check on that.
Yeah, just if something needs to be done, that's all I'm concerned about. If you guys have a look at it and let us know. Thank you.
Got another one on that note. Back with Tom, Gillis gave us a presentation early last year, I think it was, just on some of this renewal stuff. And I had brought up the bank erosion that is occurring at a drastic rate on the Mercer lands. And Tom was going to be looking into a press grant or something to see if that could be done, but it's over where the osprey nesting pole is. But we're losing 5 to 10 feet of bank a year on that thing. Even last year tore bank out. So I can't imagine what a good flood or high water is going to do. So Riley, would the GOA allocate some of this remaining funding that we're going to end up with out of our renewal projects to, rather than go through a FRUST grant, we could use this money to do that kind of armoring?
Possibly, but I think you'd be hard pressed to get design and approvals in place before the funding expires.
Well,
we did give it
we asked for an
consideration.
extension, right? Because it's an election year coming up. So
we did give it consideration under the planting program, and it is going to see heavy plantings out there.
Plantings aren't going to do a damn thing to that, the way that, no. It's tearing, you guys, it's tearing down 60-foot poplar trees. Like, plantings aren't going to cut it, man. That's a 90-degree hairpin corner that's plantings are not going to cover that one off. I don't know where you're going to plant them. It's a cliff. I don't know.
We'll take that back. And
that one, we got to get serious about figuring that thing out, because like that osprey pole used to be quite a ways away from the river, and it's, geez, what would it be? Maybe 20 yards, 25 yards away from the river now. at the
We'd hate to
most.
lose the snake pit.
Well, it's a ways away from Bruce's snake
So
pit.
it's still a ways away from the snake
Oh,
pit.
yeah, a
Okay,
long ways away from the snake pit, but
I was getting closer.
the river's going to reroute itself right through there if we're not careful. But it's nasty what's going on in there. You guys need to go down and have a look, because like I say, it's 5 or 10 feet on that bank every single year, high water or not.
So I'm going to ask a question on this one, and you guys can shoot me if you wish.
Might.
The purpose of a floodway, well, pardon me?
Careful.
The purpose of a floodway is to allow the river to do its natural thing, correct? Between the dikes on either side, the northwest and the southwest dike, that area that we've designated and purchased is to allow the river to do what rivers do, and that's erode and migrate and move around within those barriers.
There's an argument to, yeah, there's an argument to that for sure, Chris. And maybe that is exactly what the natural way of that river would be to shave that off. The problem is there's significant infrastructure in there with Fortis power lines and everything else that would be taken out, right? So, you know, they could easily just go in again and move that all back like they did before. But
okay,
I don't know, she's a bit of a mess over there. So
yeah, just asking the question, right? So I just wanted to
absolute fair one.
So
is there a way that we can even this spring, like within the next short little while, just go and take some survey points, and just, because this likely is not going to happen this year, but if we got some survey points just kind of giving us some indication of what is actually happening, then we got something to work with, right? It's not just
no, it's a good idea, Jamie. I take pictures of it every spring.
Yeah,
just to be able to show exactly what's been going on. But you're absolutely right. My pictures aren't going to tell the tale, right, when it comes down to getting grant funding. So
yeah.
Well, it's probably a discussion too, like you had mentioned. It's probably a discussion that has to be had with like Fortis and a few others, right? Because maybe there's, as silly as it might sound right now, they probably have some funding structures that they can tap into that might maybe not help us completely, but you never know.
Well, like I say, they might not listen to us, but Fortis might hold a bigger hammer on that one, right? Yeah. The other thing is that it's an extremely dangerous area for those that are on the water.
Yeah.
All the people that are tubing and rafting and everything, the amount of trees and sweepers and everything that are on that corner now is, I say it every spring when I look at it in summer when these kids are going down there, how we haven't had a train wreck in there is beyond me. Maybe
Craig, I'm gonna remind ourselves, and I don't think, I'm just kind of looking around, everybody in this photo, Michael would have some knowledge of it, sort of, possibly, but when we were younger, Craig and we lived through a situation where one of our friends or friends ended up having lost his sister because of the way the river conditions are. So I think it's mindful. We need to start making sure that we're not going down that path again. I agree with Craig.
And I don't know how you clean out that. Well, I do know how you clean out the river, but how you get environmental approval to go in and remove some of these sweepers and stuff. But it's damn dangerous. There's no
when it becomes a safety issue, they don't have a choice anymore, really, when it comes down to it. I know on projects that I've worked on where we've had environmental safety issues, it certainly changed the whole scope and from an environment standpoint. So
right. So not an Alberta environment problem, though. It's a federal waterway, right? So that's makes it even more complicated. So
well, and just from a design perspective on those types of erosion points, federal waterways likes the fabricated natural environment So basically, you take bundles of logs and you cable them together, embed them in the bank, and you create those sweepers. And you create those eddies so it forces deposition and creates fish habitat. That's those types of erosion points. That's their preferred methodology instead of putting riprap and speeding up the velocity of the river through the riprap. So
right.
It's
well, something we need to go down and start taking that area very serious, because it's getting worse and worse and worse. And if we can do something, then that's great. Kelly?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. My question is completely unrelated, but I'm taking on board what you're doing, and our family uses that space too. Like, we've gone down there for swimming and all the rest over the years, so I know exactly the space that you're talking about. I have a question with regards to, I guess it's line item 74. So that 3.7 allocation for the Riverside properties contributes to the bottom line, if I'm reading this correctly, of our 8.889 total capital budget. But that money is going to be in and out, is the expectation correct? Like, it's going to be offset?
That is correct.
Okay. So if our whole wish list combined, not taking into account renewal, we'd be looking at that 8.8 minus the 3.7. Is that correct?
Yes.
If you could take the offset out of it?
Yes.
Okay.
But for us to have the authority to write the check, we need your approval for the total dollar amount. What we've done within the financing portion is we show the money coming back in later in the year, if not the following year.
And
okay.
Kelly, that's just the 22 new capital number, the number that you're referencing to. You add that into the carryover, and then and the renewal on top of that, the three buckets of the capital side of things, right? The 2021 carryover, 2022 new, and then the renewal side of things. Our overall capital plan then comes up to that 28 million, less 3.7 for the purchase, the sale of those lands.
Okay. So then if you're looking at your forecast for 2023, and I don't want to put any apples ahead of any carts, but that 17?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. With no carryovers. And the big number there, when you take a look, if you go to line 70, number 70 is the wastewater treatment plant.
Right.
So
that's something we need to think about now.
It's in design right now.
Yeah.
It's in design to accept a pilot project for environment. We've gotten approval to prove to them that alternate technology will work. And if that's the case, then we'll be building that pilot project in 2023 if they support that design, and we'll be building that pilot project in 2023 or thereabouts, depending what the tender tender atmosphere or environment is actually like in 2023, if it's changed at all.
Okay.
But that'll be funded from utilities.
Right. Okay.
Or a borrow, one of the two. In your package, if you want detail on equipment, in your package is the fleet replacement. My pet project is fleet replacement. So just so you're aware, the detail is there within your package. It details the number of trucks that are being replaced and those types of things.
Hey, Chris.
Yeah.
It's Jamie Burton. So just out of curiosity, when I was kind of going through that replacement plan, does that account for just keeping everything at status quo, or does that add new?
That's replacement. That's
just strictly replacement, right?
Taking one piece out and putting a new piece in.
Gotcha. Yeah. Okay. And I kind of figured that was the case, but I just wanted to make sure that I was on the same.
Riley, there's nothing new on that list, is there? It's all replacement stuff.
I'm looking at it right now.
Like, I don't see anything new here.
The one new one is the equipment hoist for
Oh.
55,000.
And that's been hanging out there since 2015, right?
Correct.
That's the yellowed item on there,
Yes.
right? Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
And we were pulling forward the green machine replacement too. I don't see that in there though.
No, it's not there.
Okay.
What's a green machine?
Those John Deere lawnmowers and pathway sweepers, there's a fume issue associated with them that makes it uncomfortable for employees to work in. The actual fumes from the diesel engines seem to vent, not to a dangerous level, but seem to vent directly into the cab. Yeah. Specifically really bad in the wintertime.
Yeah, when you have the heater on and the windows closed, it gets pretty bad in the machines.
Yeah.
We tested it and it doesn't exceed any OH&S thresholds, but it is, like Chris says, a nuisance.
Yeah.
It's an operator comfort issue. They kind of suck to operate when you have to sniff that all day.
Yeah, it sucks. Last thing, there's a couple more slides to just cover off reserve balances. Here's where we sit with our own reserves. This does not include offsite levies and development related stuff. So as you can see, we're sitting at around $31 million in total. Pretty good for a community this size. I'll be honest with you. Pretty healthy.
Chris, you actually do have $8 million of offsite levies in this slide.
Oh, I do. Sorry. Thought I took that out, but I didn't.
Oh,
So
yeah, 8 million, right.
Yeah.
It's just a rounding error, Craig. Don't worry about it.
Yeah. So that includes offsite levies. So, even still with offsite levies, and we're in pretty good shape from a reserve balance perspective. Where we're probably a little bit weak, it's that catch-all fund of all our facilities and vehicles and park spaces and Bob Snodgrass Recreation Complex. All those big ticket items are probably kind of underfunded from that perspective. Our utility aspects of things will be really, really healthy, as we take a look at the projections moving forward. And then, of course, we do rely on both grants, MSI, as well as the federal gas tax coming in to help us balance everything else. So, pretty good situation. Could we be better? Yeah, we could always be better. So it's about understanding what we have, what needs to be replaced when. It goes back to that asset management cycle and what's really important from that perspective, as well as the balance of new levels of service. The final slide I think I have is the level of service conversation. Like I said previously, we've maintained 2021 levels of service, but we do need some level of service discussion, both from the public and from yourselves. Some of the topics that we picked up on: snow removal, parks maintenance, solid waste and recycling, counseling services, and recreation services. I'm going to start at the bottom one first. Recreation, for the new members of council in 2021, we took a surplus from 2020 due to the COVID response that we laying off people, getting a grant from the province, and created a $4 million tax stabilization fund to wean ourselves off the bad habit of diverting utility revenue to subsidize recreation. We've used up a portion of that for 2021. And it only has a certain lifespan because we subsidize to the range of between $1.4 to $1.8 million on average in every given year to recreation, in that ballpark. So we need to have a really honest conversation about what that tax implication moving forward to utilize that tax stabilization fund for as long as possible to keep it as a stable, consistent approach to cover the cost of recreation in particular. That doesn't incorporate any new level of service conversation. That does not include any new capital projects, tax increases associated with that, but specifically about recreation and having that honest conversation. It's a big one, but council took advantage of the aggressive approach we took through COVID to use that money effectively and wisely to create this tax stabilization fund, and then to figure out where we go from there so we don't have to dip back into utility reserves. based upon that strategy, that means our utility reserves are going to be very healthy, and that they're going to continue to grow quite rapidly, because we're now, like I say, with water, we're putting almost $3.2 million next year into reserves. So that's going to take that 5 million, make that almost $9 million by the time it's at 5.8 million. So we're doing quite well from that perspective, but those are big ticket items. But that conversation about recreation services needs to be had at this council level, and whether it's a decrease in level of service, increased taxation, or increased user fees, those are the three revenue streams that we have, or three options that we have, or a hybrid of those three. That's something that we're looking for direction from council, how to create that, how to set that up. When we talk about decreased level of service, it's not necessarily decreasing programming or decreasing staffing, but it may be decreasing hours of operation. Instead of opening at 6 o'clock in the morning, going to 11 o'clock at night, do we shave hours on either side? I'm just throwing those as examples out there. Do we take a look at those types of things and save some costs that way? Is it closing one day a week, or having reduced hours on a couple of days a week? So all those conversations need to be formalized and dealt with, because it is a big topic. Recreation is, we subsidize that to the tune of 75% in operations, kind of realization, right? And
so, Chris, are we having this discussion in February? I'm understanding.
I think we have to. I think we have to spend a couple Cal meetings probably talking about this.
Solely on recreation, including
new facility.
New facility, pool facility, whatever, right? All this needs to come in. So we need to dedicate a couple of Cal meetings or more. Maybe there's a special meeting just for this, depending on how heavy the load is with Cal meetings and stuff. But it's a big topic that we need to deal with. So,
because we made the right decision when we stopped that utility diversion.
Oh yeah.
And that was just a bad habit. And so, but then
upgrades or anything that's needed to our water, wastewater services that service those utilities can eat up any savings real quick, right? So it sounds like we're getting big numbers built up, but it's because we need them, and government grants go less and less, and Alberta environment standards get more and more. So cost follows.
Part of the financial strategy that I think everybody around this table needs to consider, and it's one that I used in my previous employments, both River and Peachline, is getting away from the dependency on grants. Communities that are successful get away from the dependency on grants. Instead of chasing grants, they start building their financial system and their financial plan based upon no MSI, no gas tax, and then just using that as gravy. And that the opportunities that it opens up to you when you kind of come to that realization and change, it's much like when we're doing water and sewer projects. Instead of having the general fund roads, have the water and sewer fund roads. Because the only reason why you're there is you're digging up water and sewer lines. They should be funding the roads. It shouldn't come from general taxation. It should come from utilities, right? Those philosophy changes open up opportunities, and framing it different ways. Governments have been reliant on grants from upper levels of government, and it's in today's day and age, it's too unreliable. And so we've got to start thinking about that. So some really big philosophical changes to take place too, right? To think about over your term when it comes to budget, reducing the reliance on grants, and use that as gravy, and use it for really specific items, as long as you can afford the operating costs associated with them. So, but a couple of cows on the recreation, I think, or a special meeting, we need to have that conversation and facilitate that. So
we got 5 minutes left. Any further questions from council?
So we're going to do the debate coming up then on this, like a discussion, not necessarily a debate, but a discussion, and sort of come to a consensus, and then it comes back to council in a formal council meeting. Is that the strategy you're looking at, Craig?
No, we're going to debate, all right.
Oh, I know there's a few choice ones, but
full blown Donnybrook, right?
So
yes, so next Wednesday, we will have the full debate, right, Chris, on this is take everything that we've taken these last two meetings, put all your questions together, your thoughts, your ideas, what you support, what you don't support. That all comes back next Wednesday. That all gets put together, and then we make the final.
Yeah.
At a council meeting, we do the final approval of the budget.
That's correct. Yeah, so we're going to go through it line by line. Every single community group, right? Do they get this amount or do they not get that amount? We're going to go through.
Yeah. So, but just to, I get that picture, Chris, but just to off the top of my head, looking at this, we're going to put in 2 for utilities, or 2% for utilities, automatic. I know we don't call out a tax increase, but
it is.
It is. So we're going to have a 2% based on what I've seen from new initiatives, and everything combined. We're probably talking another 2%. If we approved everything that we saw today, roughly. Like, I mean, the counseling is a full 1% on its own.
Yeah.
So the rest of the stuff I
0.75,
calculate.
yeah.
So I calculate, so call it 2 and 2 is what we're looking at if we approved everything today.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
Just under the new initiatives, Jamie, it's 1.48%. That's just new initiative items. Everything that we talked about is new initiatives. 1.48% on top of the 2 to utilities. So we're at 3.5.
Well, isn't the counseling? I calculated the counseling to be at 0.9 on its own. Yeah. So
yeah, 100,000. We got there's 86,800 in items sewer cam, the wet well cleaning. Okay. Then there's another 20,600 in the pedestrian bridge stuff, which gives us a total of 207,200 on under new initiatives, which is 1.4, which is 1.48 based on what 140,000 for a 1% increase, right? Something like that.
Yeah. Yeah. Okay.
And just be careful with that because 3 of those items are utility based, right? So they'll come out of the utility increase.
Right.
You talking the sewer cam and the wet well and that stuff?
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah. Then we're lower, right?
Yeah. So that's, you know, the big one is going to be the conversation about the counseling and whether additional funds for that community consultation. We haven't, I pulled the town plan off this new initiative list because we just got only one proposal last week. Khalid and I met yesterday to go through that proposal. He's reaching out to that one company to see if it's going to be the one we're looking for. He's going to conduct some interviews and make sure that we've got the right people in the right spots. And if it's not, then we'll be coming back to issuing a wide open RFP process on the town plan to open it up to not just our MSA holders, but any consultant firm out there. And then we'll see what that pricing comes back at. But based upon that, if we have to go that way, then it is going to be spanning 2022 and 2023. So it'll be 2 budget years that you'll have to consider what that town plan cost will be borne with. So those are the types of things that we're dealing with. So Jody, do we have any questions from the public?
No, nothing has come in.
Okay.
Good to hear. Meeting adjourned 1:58 p.m. See you
next week.
Thank you.
Thanks all.